Okay, sorry I'm late. Give me one more minute. All right, yeah, I'm moving slow today. But hello, it's me. How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Make sure I'm like wearing fucking clothes and shit. I'm very discombobulated today. Hi. Um or Remnant 2, as per usual. Um there's a there's some science done by others that I would like to put to work in my own build crafting, so we're doing that. Yes, Priz, that. How we doing? Loading screen, Priz. Anyone else who might be lurking about? No, put that away. I'm doing it. Hide it. I'm doing it. I'm not gonna explain it. I'm doing it. Priz, I've been trying to do evil choices in playthrough 2, and I just can't. I can't bring myself to do them. Like I get there and I'm like, well, they don't deserve that. So I just don't do it. It's really difficult. I don't know what it is about like I've aged into just I can't do evil routes in games anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I just can't do it. I have to save everyone. This is not a problem I had earlier in life. um like stuff like in Baldur's Gate 3, there's one evil like companion you can get, but they're mutually exclusive with five other ones. Yes, five. So I'm just like getting empathetic in his old age. Is it not supposed to happen that way? Makes a good monk. Monk gaming. Monk is stupid. Oh, whereas I one rounded your gear, like with not one turn, one round. I just had to start and go pew pew pew. fucking Gloomstalker is kinda crazy. uh, it's yeah, yeah. Also, you don't need to pick locks if you have the force damage hand crossbow. It's just open, open. Still the toll collector in actual combat. I keep forgetting to actually fight that thing. Icon Challenger could be fun here. I'm a hopeless rampage stan. My boomer parents just became monsters the older they got. You see, I feel like that's the norm loading screen. A lot of people just stop understanding the concept of empathy as they age. Some people kind of develop it later in life. I've always been empathetic, but like I can't even. I don't know. Maybe I'd pay too much attention to bad shit. It's just I don't even like making life harder for fictional people. It just seems rude. Okay, so crit chance. Yeah, I think we still scattergun. Enigma? It goes. Okay, so 10. T. I can stick with that. 30. 35. 55. Enough. That's maybe enough. Those fictional people have it rough in a believably horrible way. It's not over the top and that almost makes it worse. Yeah, yeah. Like I just can't. I can't do it. Living in a D&D world's probably an absolute nightmare. Yeah. They're constant just bullshit that those fictional people have to deal with. It makes me sad, so I don't deal with it. Some people use video game escapism to inflict cruelty, other people use it to feel less helpless about bad shit happening to people. The duality of man. That spread could come down a little more. A little more. Better. I like Barkskin here. I think I need that so I can go devoured root. Cat ate too fast again, he's puking. In character for him. Like, the question is, do I want Enigma or do I want something else with, say, corrosive routes? I could just run a Nebula. Let's do Nebula. Harmonizer Nebula. I like that. See how this goes. If they're not suffering in my game, because they're dead. I'm doing a co-op playthrough with Priz where Priz is controlling one of the, like, pre-existing characters. And then we have 2 AI companions. Then my character is just like the creepy, murdery person who doesn't talk much, but like weird, bad shit happens around them. I'm playing the Dark Urge Origin, but like I'm also not the party leader, so I'm just kind of there, barely interacting with anyone. And it just basically all my character does is mutter about murder and death and how they're insane, and then occasionally snipe someone with a bow and then go back to muttering. Yeah, Priz is the face. I'm just the sniper. Cool thing about Dark Urge Origin is how throughout the story people's reactions kind of develop to you being noticeably insane.
Okay,
So sleep deprived. I've started doing that on my solo character too, because there's the attribute bonuses you can get. You can get +5 intelligence, charisma, and wisdom until a long rest. So I did all of Act 2 without long resting because I didn't want to lose those bonuses. Actively feel guilty letting Bull's Chargers die. Yeah, that's something I can never bring myself to do either. Hey Dex, how you doing? Fix the drow. Oh yeah, I'm playing as a drow who's not a drow. Like, so it's a wood elf that I just made look like a drow because I wanted the stat bonuses from being a wood elf. So the sauce I'm taking advantage of here in the gameplay is not something that's super duper noticeable, but it's basically the way the game handles elemental rounds is interesting. Just call it interesting. You're an Outrider, we get it. Outrider detected. Handles meanwhile, like, always giving you early resist. I mean, that too, now that you mention it. Yeah, I will be getting thick skin ally resist, which completely turns this off, but what else is new? Game really makes you watch this every time. If you look away, he stops. Got a thick skin and stream profession. I mean, that's the truth. Yeah, juggling cursed stuff and remnant and cursed stuff in Baldur's Gate has been interesting because it goes from one flavor of curse to another very rapidly. It's like one moment we'll be talking about, hey, look at all these things that can sneak attack in BG3 that logically shouldn't be able to. But it can happen. And then it'll be, hey, did you know that you can use different kinds of crit chance on rounds? Be like, what? Hmm? Been playing BG3 a lot of it, Dex. A lot of it. Such a good game. I got 2 playthroughs going concurrently right now. My second and third. Co-op run with Priz and solo run for me. At some point, I'm gonna force myself to do an evil playthrough, maybe. Like, I'm trying, but I just can't bring myself to actually be evil. I will be helping the vampire twink kill about 7,000 people, though, in-game, Twitch, in-game. So, that'll be an evil thing I'll be doing. But I couldn't do the evil thing that makes the goth girlfriend sad. I couldn't bring myself to do that. Who are you killing? I'm just talking about Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. RPG decision making, you know? Being mean in a video game is against my nature. I can't do it. I've been having so much difficulty, Ember. I want to see everything that game has to offer, but like, I can't be mean. It's really hard. Man try to kill a country. Not trying, it's just like, it's more, hey, there will be consequences of these actions, and I'm not the one paying the price, type feel. Like, is it really me doing it at that point? Like, is it really? Okay, this elite says it is. That elite definitely said it is you. Did not pass the vibe check. You'll play through on stream. We're terrible influences. I'm not sure my PC could handle streaming Baldur's Gate. Like, genuinely, because it can barely handle running it. I already get hilarious popping with cutscenes and loading new areas. Like, I'll load into an area after a 1-minute loading screen, and then I'll have to wait another 30 seconds for the buildings to load in. Offho's been consistently better. It hasn't completely solved it, but yes, for whatever reason, playing off-host makes it run better, a lot better. Hey Foster, how you doing? Hey Try Time, how are you? Who clicks the button? That's neither here nor there, Mind Twister. I don't know what you mean. Mental gymnastics, making me work for it today. Hey, Jester. Oh. One of these days I'm gonna play this game without just using shotguns like they're the only weapon type. At least in the long gun slot. That's a lie. I'm not gonna do that, am I? Crossbow builder, alright. Ooh, that's a good idea. Do crossbow build today. Do crossbow build today. I want to mess with it. For anyone who didn't play Remnant from the Ashes, crossbow was like the I want to click a boss's weak spot and make it die gun. What's the crown melee item? I'm using almost always. They're just too good not to use. So, in regards to the melee item, it's the only melee weapon that has a ranged attack that pierces enemies and walls. And also it has an 80% increase stagger multiplier. Whereas other melee weapons have values like -10 and +3. This one has +80. And the crown is it gives good resists to fire and to status effects. Negative everywhere else, but in particular, fire is one of the more dangerous ones. It also just happens to fit the weight brackets in a way where I considered exactly 50 with these items combined. And exactly 50 is optimal if you were just trying to have normal roll. If I want 1 point higher, I'd have slow roll. If I want 1 point lower, then I just wouldn't be taking full advantage of my armor, because the roll would be exactly the same, but I'd have less armor. People use sniper more for that, which I found weird. Yeah, people are wrong. Like, just because people did something doesn't mean it was optimal. Okay, that sounds good. Eating rotten meat that's explicitly stated to be sentient creatures is polite something. Picked a very bad time to pop my rounds. So pretty well.
Damn. Is it over? Must come. We must prepare.
Chill, I'm trying to custom. You. Thank you for helping me. Okay. You one more cheat on your 51 kind of messed up. Out of context, that sounds like an age thing, and I feel like that also fits. What do you learn? There are no repercussions to eating weird meat. Sounds like college. So yeah, mod damage and mod crit chance apply to rounds. Is the thing I'm doing here. So my range crit chance works. But like so does my mod crit chance. So 10 10 20 10 50 already. And then whatever's on the gun. So 55% crit chance for my shotgun and 40% for Enigma if I was to use it. I think it's just 50 for Nebula. Nebula's weird. I don't know if Nebula's actually a gun. It seems to be, but it's weird. Suppose we could test that this way. Put that to bed. So a Nebula that applies bleed is kind of funny. Yeah, it doesn't have a positive or negative crit mult. Enigma has negative, conventional guns all have positives. At least everyone I can think of. Nebula omits the stat entirely, and doesn't benefit from range increases, Nebula and Hellfire. Means I am wasting some trait points here. But like, I already feel like the range is low for my shotgun. I guess I could just crossbow here, but I don't have reload speed. And if I crossbow, I really want to bullet storm. Hey Dudley, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing? How'd stream go? Thank you, Nunu. I'm gonna do this one too. I keep forgetting to actually click the follow button. Only had some rough lobbies at the end. Oof. Yeah, playing with people just seems tough, especially in this kind of game. Like, I play this game with friends who try to kill me, so I know what I'm getting into. But playing with randoms seems you're braver than I. Okay, Berserk just knocked me out of that animation. That was cool. Latency I had one was like a second long, it seemed. Oh, that's... Ugh. I know early on, there was this issue where if the host dropped any frames, it would manifest as lag for everyone else. Because the game, like, slows down to keep up with the host, or to let the host keep up. But then that just makes lag for everyone else. It's very weird. I wonder if it still works that way. Gotta head to bed, have fun, have fun. Thanks, Dudley. Get some good rest. I'll see you next time. Thank you again. Always appreciate it.
Out of room. Attack the intruders! Shit. I got you in my sight. Go on, what plan obey
You know what I could do? I could do a Havoc form build. Because, like, Devoured Loop... Swarm... would, proc pretty reliably, huh? What else would I do in the setup? Like, obviously as much cast speed as possible.
Kill the stranger!
Would maybe need a way of applying statuses. Wait, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no. I need to unthink what I just thought. I need to think myself out of that. No, 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 no. No. How many ways are there of skills applying statuses? Okay, no. NG has the fire turret. NG has the fire turret. Okay. Whew. Whew. I almost thought myself into using handler. Crisis averted. Okay, I deserve that. Bad thoughts, bad thoughts. I was like, how can I use skills to apply a status while I'm in Havoc form? And the thing that came to mind was, dog applies bleed. But like, no. No.
You'll be dead soon.
Think you should just to prove a point? Others are doing that. Rator's putting out Beastmaster build videos with pinned comments saying, handler sucks here. I'm just doing it to do it. Use engineer. The point's proven. Hey JS, how you doing? Hey Dex, thank you for gifting 5 subs out. That's awesome of you. Thank you so much. It really helps me out. I appreciate it. Total 43 in the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You got gifted a sub by Mr. Manly and don't mind breaking your lyric. Please make sure to thank him.
Damn it.
They hit so hard. I forgot I don't have a cheat death, so I can't, like, play like that. I do be the squish. Just swap these around. Solves that. I wanna have it. Stopping me from doing that. It not being a particularly good idea is what's stopping me from doing that, but I'm gonna do it anyway. You know, fitness would go really hard on this, because I'm pretty sure that affects the blink and Havoc form. Not having other cast speed bonuses makes this a little questionable. Put one there. No. Fucking already? The pig. Surely I'll make it through the area this time. Just gonna get gored by a random pig and then shot in the big toe. There's no trespassers. Interesting way to spend these things. What happens if you berserk while you're in Havoc form? Can it even happen? Oh, it can. And you get animation lock twice over. You shouldn't do it, but you can. Useless information. But you can. They get more aggressive in higher difficulties? No. Not that I've noticed. just hit harder. I mean, maybe they do get more aggressive. If they do, it's not been something I've been able to perceive. Just have a grudge? Yeah, they just don't like me. This again. Why did I go this way? You smell like a truffle. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
Intruder! There! Kill the stranger! Let's get him!
Yeah, that just burns seconds off the timer. It's amusing. I have no idea what that means. New sentence unlocked. Truly a gamer moment. That's kind of a novel concept. Applying all these statuses to boost up Havoc for him. I hate that Handler is still sticking as an option in my mind for that, though. I do not appreciate my brain telling me to do things that will make me unhappy. Stop thinking about it. You know, I'm a theory crafter. I can't stop thinking about unhealthy things. Once I've thought them, they're there. They don't go away. Being a theory crafter is letting your intrusive thoughts win with a calculator in front of you.
Oh, that was rough.
There's never a thought, should I? It's always, can I? I guess the solution is play so much handler you can't bear the sight of it anymore. See, you know exactly how I work after all these years of J-Bridge, and I appreciate the shit out of you for it. That is the solution. That's the only play. Solo handler build. But I already took a morning shit. I didn't actually, I just wanted to say that. Hardcore Apoc solo handler. It's been done. We clementining yet? I forgot to set it up, Sora. I will, I'll do it for tomorrow's stream. We can clementine on demand. I'll even make it cheap. So we can just clementine constantly. I guess the loop of this makes a little more sense now that I think about it. So, like, I can use Havoc Form to easily stack up Berserk, so when Havoc Form's over, I just have full power Berserk. I guess. I kind of wonder if I can fit in Gambler rather than Malevolence here. Like, I can probably fit it in rather than Sin Strength. And just rework some stuff. But I don't think it's worth it. Like, Gambler would be real nice for, Havoc Form and Nebula. I'm not really clicking weak spots often with this shotgun, but it is nice to have the ability to do so. And I maybe don't want to lose that. Like, right there. It matters. Oh. Forgot they do a thing on death. Whoopsie. It's slowly just become more Havoc Form stuff, and I like it.
At least that's over.
One more moon, 2 more fortnights, 4 more weeks. So excited, man. I'm so excited. It's just gonna be my next game addiction. Just out of range. That's cool.
Damn. This ain't good.
Do I'd like to hit you with Nebula, please. No? Okay. Just said politely, no thank you. Oh, you have empathy. Right. I guess I'm doing this. Goes with the 2B calendar like the hoe he is. Are you surprised? You have no right to be surprised. How you doing, Moo? How's your visit going? Happy to be free of the travel anxiety. Avid form is one of the skills.
Holy hell.
My stomach agrees.
Woo. Yeah, that's
Time zone's
right.
weird.
Oh, you scrapped with the wrong guy, baby. Woo.
Interesting playing with new skill tree reworks and relic tree. You know me, Nunu. I'm a slut for movement options. And they presented a couple of those, so. These on my leg when I was walking down the aisle. Yeah, people in planes have always been gross. It's just infinitely more frustrating. Post-COVID. Not saying COVID's over, it's very much not. Lots of people are still dying of that every day. Be safe. But post the rise of COVID. And I just gotta say, me masking up whenever I go anywhere densely populated, I have not had a cold in 3 years, so it works. I wish other people would also participate so they stop spreading their gross shit, but is what it is. Get another booster soon. I would like to stay up to date on my protections, yeah. I'm an immunocompromised person in a household full of immunocompromised people. So, like, believe me when I say that me not having gotten a cold for several years is weird for me. No cold, flu, no COVID, knock on desk. Just because I, been both careful and lucky. But it's because I have to be. I was the sickest motherfucker that won't wear one. Every time. It's someone with that wet hacking cough that, like, they should be in the emergency room, not flying. It's always that person. flight attendant friends with the worst stories about people on every single flight. I believe it. I could never be a flight attendant. Those people have so much patience. And, like, flight attendants, that's one of the professions where people have, like, the highest threshold for bullshit. I respect flight attendants so much. Because I could fucking never. I could never. I didn't cover their mouth when they cough or sneeze. Just full send they're sick out to everyone. Yeah. Just... I don't know if they think they're the main character or if they just get off on making other people miserable too. I don't know. I can never decide. Spent an hour and a half on the Yeisha flute puzzle, only realized it. Figured out the first 15 minutes, hadn't progressed the map far enough. I swear. Blunder. I was talking about this the other day, and like, yeah, that's one of those things where you can do everything right, but the game doesn't tell you that you're missing a thing. So it's like, but I'm doing this correctly. What do you mean? I hate the design of that. Hashtag beat their ass. Coombs, I'm gonna be honest, I thought it said hashtag breathe their ass there because it's you, and like, you know, it's you. I let go of mask myself in June in 6 cents, but if I'm sick, I need to go on 10 mask up, just feels polite at this point. It's just one of those things I've worked into my routine, right? Like, even in a world where I don't have any super bad stuff to worry about, like, why not? Like, what do I lose by doing it? Nothing? Okay. Less chance of me or anyone else catching some icky shit. I'm cool with it. Obviously, I don't bother anyone else about it, but it's something I just like to do. Costs me nothing. Bloodborne overall, that's just my take. Only wasn't 30 FPS. People have been begging for a Bloodborne port or remaster forever. I don't think it's ever gonna happen just because they have to think it's funny internally, right? Hey Gamer Champ, it's a build today. Messing around with rounds and mod damage and stuff, and it's sort of morphed into, want to do a Havoc Worm build? Thick Skin Elemental Resist. Little poggers. Some just think frame rate is intended difficulty. I believe that. I didn't mean to hit trade there, but I guess that works. pretty well.
That's it.
It'd be super funny to convince the hardcore Souls purists that they have to play on 30 frames, or they've made it too easy. That would be really funny. Unfortunately, there's too many games where lower frame rate is actually easier because it affects AI and pathing and hit detection. For example, every Resident Evil engine, RE engine game is easier the lower your FPS because the AI gets slower, the hitboxes get more forgiving, and the game just thinks slower. Not modern games? No, that's modern games as well. Like RE Engine, which is Devil May Cry 5 and every Resident Evil game from 7 till now. Very modern games.
Hey, your debt's still at 2 now. Remember that.
So my RE4R Pro mode run to 30 frames. Just find it surprising games have a 60 FPS lock still. I mean, think about the hardware blunder. For a majority of people who have not upgraded their PCs at any point post-pandemic, you're not hitting that 120 FPS zone. People like me, a 60 cap still kind of makes sense in most instances. I play almost everything at 60 cap. A lot of 2023 releases can't even hit 60 FPS because of optimization. And upgrading is expensive right now. Now, that's not necessarily true for current gen consoles. Those, I feel like they're powerful enough that they could stop releasing games at 30 FPS. I don't know why they keep doing that. But now that we've phased out the previous generation of consoles, I feel like could reasonably get everything to be 60. Getting to that 120 mark, that's years away. Like 60 seems like a reasonable standard point. So, like, what if? Skill duration. On skill cast speed. What else can I slot here that benefits Havoc Form? I want to do Havoc Form stuff. I guess just damage reduction, huh? Consumable duration is a potential pick. So then I could do stuff like pop useful consumables and then go into Havoc Form. More armor, elemental damage, I guess. Mod duration would give me more swarm uptime. So I know you cleared BG3 already. Experienced a lot of bug glitches in Act 3. Act 3 definitely feels less polished than the rest of the game. Yeah, it needs a bit of tidying up. It's still fine. It's not bad. people saying it's bad, they're exaggerating, or they're misrepresenting the entirety of the product. Um, Act 3 is like a couple notches below in quality than the rest of the game. In most senses that matter, but it's still an enjoyable experience. Consoles are sold on a 4K Dream with GPUs barely capable of 1440 by PC standards. Could just go like the heaviest armor for Havoc Form build, right? Nothing stopping me from doing that. Like if I just want this. Go Destroyer over Malevolence. I like Gambler though. We'll do Gambler. How amazing BG3 was going into Act 3, wasn't really faced by a few issues or bugs let down. This is better than most things I've played lately. Yeah, it just as a product, it is simply more complete than most other games that have released in the last few years. Stands on its own. Doesn't need DLC to complete the game. Just a full experience. I like that. It's not perfect because nothing is. But very good. Summoner could be interesting here. Engineer has that 50% skill damage, which is super tempting here. Because, like, I could run the fire turret to apply fire that way. That's really tempting. Then all my skill duration is kind of wasted on NG. I would probably want to change to skill damage, the shard. It's really tempting though. Running Archon Engineer right now, testing some stuff. There is noticeable issues in Act 3 from what appears to be a late scope change. Just sad, but it's only an issue because the high expectations are going into Act 3. Definitely feels like they put like everything they had into Act 1, which makes sense because Act 1 was what the early access content was. And the game was in early access for like 3 years, so that tracks. Then Act 2 is like a continuation of that. Okay. And Act 3 is a continuation of Act 1 that didn't get cooked as well as Act 2. But it's still good. "30 skill damage, 5 skill crit chance." Yeah, no. Handler sucks. Handler sucks. Can medic pop the shield before I go into Apoc form? Alchemist just makes so much sense for the concoctions. Once again, the damage perk would be relevant. An Alchemist. Kinda down for that. Like, what if we try to make the stomp work? of skill duration. Up on skill damage here. That's a thing, right? Though I like healing effectiveness. Skill damage. Right, traits. Fortify, regrowth, vigor, triage. What is affected by amplitude versus resonance here? Suppose we'll find out. Amplitude is not the main fire. Is the dodge? Resonance is not the main fire either. Okay. Hey, Pupty, how are you? Can't imagine how complicated and planned out the scope had to be dialogue-wise. For sure, there's... like, I don't know if we can truly hold them not accounting for, like, 2 of the 100 dialogue branches at times. It's just such a massive undertaking of a game. Really bad fatigue day. Oof. Yeah, I feel that. Glad to hear things are good otherwise, though. Really trying to make Engineer Archon work without looking up builds, but I don't want to main class Engineer. That's the thing with Engineer. If you're gonna have the turrets be used for any reasonable amount of time, you're gonna run main class Engineer. Weird place to be. I don't really love that. I wonder if maybe more Siphoner would be good here. Like, I kind of want to go, fitness. Swiftness. I could go, Barskin for the rest. Fuck it, we'll see what happens. Thinking about doing Savior here. See how this works out. So still Challenger. Because we're gonna try to stomp. Hey honey bunny, how you doing? Started going after Tranquil Heart yesterday, and everything lined up in the first reroll campaign. Let's go, try time. How's your day going? Daying going? My daying is going okay. It's not as good as my nighting, but you know, is what it is. What's that second ring? Let me check for you. What is my second ring? Singed ring. This is a fresh damage multiplier, so 10% multiplies everything else against a burning target. These first 2 rings are huge for damage formula, and then this one is infinite cooldown, provided I have good RNG, and then this one is to help facilitate crit stuff. You're welcome, Dynamax. Lowsum's always a good place to test. Your knighting involves BG3, unless you get Remnant 2 in the morning, so it's hard to compare. Yeah. I'm gonna have to fit in Cyberpunk somewhere in that rotation in little less than a month. Probably half phase out Remnant. There's not enough hours in the day for me to do all three. But I don't see myself dropping Remnant because there's still so much stuff I want to explore, and we've got DLC and updates ahead. Not enough hours in the day. I fuck up and get the wrong rings in the sewers. I wanted mod regen. I think it's for that one. It's just random. Some dude, you can give him a ring or keep it. So it's an amulet if you keep it. It's a ring if you give it to him. You can always just go back and get the other one in adventure mode or whatever.
This one looks dangerous. Don't let them past us.
You're already dead. Give my life to stop you, says the corpse. Not even metaphorically, literally. Trying Scorboo since I saw you run into something. I love Scorboo. We got the Devoured Loot proc. Hell yeah. How did I animation cancel that? Any consistent trigger to get grabbed here? Yeah, you'll see a grate that has, like, some iron in front of it. There'll be an item to tell you that that's the one. Really seems so random, everyone. Yep, every time there will be an item in front of it to bait you in. Oh boy, Bloat King. I can't wait. It was very nice of Bloat King to wait until I started trying to do the Stomp build to show up. Really, I appreciate it choosing. Are we off Stomp? You can't Stomp and hit Bloat King. Switch back after, but it's a flying thing that does not hang out in melee range very often. Your question, why is Bloat King such a controversial boss? Thought it was one of the easiest. There we go, man. It's not that it's hard. It is one of the easiest bosses. It's just, it's got an arena that's just unfun to navigate. It's like, instead of the boss being the boss, it's your footing, which isn't really enjoyable to me in a game where the bosses are consistently quality outside of that. And then the other thing is, it's flying. It's a flying enemy that hides its weak spot most of the fight, that kind of meanders around. So there's some things that just physically can't interact with it. It's not that it's hard, it's that it tells you what you can't use. Like, no matter what I do, I can't make a stomp build work against that. It's just not gonna function. I'm gonna be able to use melee weapons that aren't the ranged ones.
Don't spare the intruders. Get them, friends.
I was so aggravated with Shahala last night. Shahala was triggering the shit out of me yesterday. Just because the hitboxes are so weird.
We're under attack! Kill them!
They're here.
Also, I don't think Nebula will really work in most of this fight either. But I've already changed one thing. I don't feel like changing more. I just needed to backdash infinite stamina, charge check melee build, entire run. Yeah, the totally not a Virgil reference sword. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
Go for the last one here. I guess this. Hopefully Havoc form will make this not pain. But... Elemental resist. Oh, that's cool. No. Okay. Not sure if it's intended or fixed. Elemental explosive procs and reset by using multiple elements. That amulet? Yeah, I heard about that.
All right, let's do this.
respect you, Blow King. I won't even pretend to respect you. Need some crits. Where's my crits? Gambler isn't helping me here, really, but... Like, you went back already? What is this? You can just decide to not do your one mechanic? Cool, I guess. Why is it insta-phasing? That's so weird. Oh, I'm down here now. Hit me on the ladder because it always does. Like that. Started respecting the boss again. I should just not. I just need to have it form this, so it's done. We eat those. Where'd you go? Here you are. back to having fun.
Hey, how's that, huh?
I'll do like
So tough?
one map with Alchemist because I just popped all those consumables. Nice as we up to today. Archon stuff in general. I was doing some stuff with rounds. I'm gonna work my way back over to that. Eventually, I got distracted by wanting to do Havoc form stuff, so we're doing Havoc form stuff. Also, I want to do crossbow build today. Those are the things I have in mind. Annihilation's cool design, pretty unfun fight. I highly disagree. I think Annihilation was both cool design and fun. I think Annihilation is very fun. Favorite bosses so far have sure been Bridge Boss. Remember one? Bridge Boss. You're gonna have to refresh me on the name. And Nightweaver. Really, I don't really care for the Nightweaver fight too much. I don't think it's bad. It's just meh. Ixalis. Oh yeah, Ixalis was great. Ixalis was great. Much stuff everywhere during Annihilation. That's the only mechanic though. That's the point. Like that's what you learn. It's situational awareness, the boss. I'd say it's a much better implementation of that concept than, say, Bloat King.
Here they come.
Over there!
Item in front of it. Wasn't extremely difficult, a lot of visual purple with all the red. That I do hope they give some options. Like the fact that this game doesn't have a red-green colorblind friendly setting is crazy, considering the excuse me, considering the amount of red just everywhere. Bit of a hitbox moment there. A lot of those hits just weren't registering. Weird. Back over here now. I don't really want to be over here.
Who's that? Get him!
Easier to have some issues with boss fights in some maps. It's frustrating to see. Yeah, it's just like, how are you meant to tell the attack from the screen filter, from the ammo, from the buff, from the debuff, from the healing, from the other attack, from the ads? It's like,
Fighters aren't welcome here!
they just completely forgot the existence of color blindness during development of this game.
Fighters aren't welcome here!
Protect the Gran!
Where am I going? Attention span does not exist today. From 0 to 100 on that shit for Annihilation, all the zones felt okay visually. There's a couple where I still have some issues, like with the cancer fight, at least while I was learning it. Seeing the attack indicators on the ground through the roots is a little annoying. I know what to look for now, but like, I didn't love that whilst learning the fight. Venom is just very hard to, it's very hard to see the enemy itself. Like, all three of the Root Earth bosses kind of have this visual soup problem in different ways. Legion is just a lot of red the whole time. Unfortunately, with that one, you can just treat it as, oh, kill anything that moves, and you're fine. But certainly one of the most normal disabilities that many men have, and somehow just skipped over so easily. I get that most games don't have disability features for those with arthritis, limited mobility. Sure, I get that to some degree. Oh, I wish I didn't. When it comes to something like colorblindness, it's like, yeah, it's extremely common. Weird that accessibility is like... The thing is, I've even seen devs get backlash for implementing popular accessibility options. Stuff like puzzle toggles, stuff like opting out of QTE, stuff like, you know, Call of Duty gave an option to turn flashbangs into dark screen instead. You know, good stuff that everybody should be in favor of. Yet gamers still always find a way to be like, actually, this is why that's bad, and you're not listening to the community, and go fuck yourself. Like, I don't need some 17-year-old who is just throwing every slur they could think of into the mic, telling me why having accessibility features for people with disabilities ruins their gameplay experience. Like, I don't need that. Not sure I'd say colorblindness is my issue. I struggle to take in information visually. It's a lot of the same color. Yeah, I'm the same way at times as well. I'm not red-green colorblind, but distinguishing visual noise is sometimes difficult for me too.
Okay, this is it. Keep them away.
And like, there's plenty of people who can still make use of those accessibility options. I know several friends who are not colorblind, but who enjoy and use colorblind friendly modes in games for things like UI elements. Because it makes it easier to parse the information.
Kill the outsider.
Hey, Coffee, how you doing? Outsider fights back. Yeah, kill the outsider. Well, you can try. Probably succeed. The outsider has infinite lives. I woke up. Well, I hope your day becomes noteworthy in a positive way beyond you woke up. So that is an achievement. Real accessibility is making something so everybody can enjoy a game just like anybody else is enjoying it without thinking, fuck, this is messing with me. Yeah. I think half the logic's that confusion's intended because the color scheme's visual effect. That's my complaint. It's not intended for everything to be the same color to where you can't tell where one visual effect ends and the other begins. The glitch effect is red and black. It has a secondary color, which says to me that it's intended for that to stand out from everything else that's happening. But when you have 4 different major mechanics that are the same shade of red, specifically red, which you could have chosen one color to commit to and it would have been less of a problem. I know red is, you know, the root's already red in lore. It makes sense. But, like, it could have been a different color. It's this specific color in this specific scenario that there is no way that's intentional. Because people who don't have an innate problem distinguishing certain colors from each other do not have that as a mechanic. It's not, hey, bonus boss mechanic for people with these genetics. Like, no. No, it's just thoughtless design.
We need to take them down! Get them!
Gotta enable that one skill that outlines enemies in orange just to see him. Oh yeah, Hunter's Mark. Yeah. Hey, good thing that outline is red. Can you imagine? Having trouble seeing this red enemy with this red attack on this red stage? Why not give them a red outline? Which setting are you using to get consistent FPS? I'm lowest settings on everything with a 60 FPS cap. And I'm not getting consistent FPS. Maybe it just looks like it, but like I have the Steam FPS counter in my top left corner for me, and I'm fluctuating between 35 and 60, anywhere in that range. I'm not going below 30 very often, but I wouldn't really consider that consistent. Random question, is Manticore related to Blood Moons? Can't find him again. No, Manticore is always on the Imperial Gardens map. Blood Moon or not.
Trespassers here!
Always? Yep. Or at least, I have never had that map without Mantigora. Could be a case of my own weird RNG, but I've always seen Mantigora on that map. Lead, please. Took some attempts. I don't like the idea of doing Crystal Heart for Havoc form. Like the move speed penalties, whatever. I can just blink around. I don't know if the sword can damage him during the cutscene. Mechanically complex. In Apoc right now, I tend to not look at most things or any actual secret bosses in the game, just general RNG. Well, some of the aberrations require you to go out of your way to find. There's a fair few of those you will never see if you don't look for secret areas. Those are like mini bosses. Alt Huntress is a boss, and that's hidden. General RNG. What other modes are in Remnant 1 other than survival? Campaign and adventure. Campaign, adventure, survival. And yeah, this. Wag aim. Look forward to DLC, hoping they surpass Swamps of Courses. Kind of flubbed. I don't think Swamps of Courses was a flub at all. Like, Iskall Queen, one of the best boss fights they did. Courses was not an adventure mode thing before Swamps of Courses at all, so added more variety. And Courses was the place to go if you wanted to farm scrap, so it had a purpose in the metagame as well. I think the other DLC, the Subject DLC, I think that one had more misses in my opinion than Swamps of Courses because Cryo is a shit mechanic. That's my whole complaint.
I don't like the looks of this.
Just Cryo. DLC with numbers in it? Yeah, Subject, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Wow, it's been a while. Sorry. 90s kid. Sorry.
I still so that you know. So
Give survival mode some skins. Pretty sure that was Swamps of Courses. I got them both at the same time, way after game's content cycle, but it's like there's a base game patch and Swamps of Courses at the same time, and then there is Subject DLC. I'm a little muddy on what was in each, you know, outside of their own areas. Give you some skin, alright. How you doing, Maniki? Transmogs. There were skins for armor pieces, like specific to those slots. So, for example, if you were running around with the cultist set, there was an alternate skin you could use for cultist set. Same for each of the main armor sets. So not quite transmog, but very rudimentary skin system. No.
whoa, it's over.
Guess I am going now. The alt skin for the Leto 2 set. I would love skins and transmogs in this game. Also, I'm just so heavily Bloodborne-y, I love it. Yeah. It's just unapologetically Bloodborne.
They'll kill us all. This bullet's got your name on it.
The fact that the slow from Misfortune is permanent is kind of crazy. Like, it's so incredibly useful. You know what I could do? Instead of Nebula, I could do, Hellfire. And I'd have corrosive rounds for more overall crit chance. Problem with that is then I lose the Swarm, and the Swarm is a lot.
Coming here before. Done start bulleting you.
Working and lurking, I appreciate the lurk.
Here they come.
You lurk and work all... I'm gonna say twerk and jerk, but maybe I shouldn't promise that.
Can't escape my aim.
There's so many core pellets. Are they useful 10% HP regen? It's just the 10% heal. I mean, I have them because I pick them up every time I have that tile in Yasha. They're just a heal. I very rarely use them.
Take them out.
20 runs. I play this game a lot. This has been the only thing I've streamed for the last month and a couple days. And that doesn't include some off-stream time. I don't play it off-stream much anymore because BG3 is my main off-stream game. But imagine finding the main dungeon. Oh, here anyway. Be an adult today and getting better, cheaper insurance. AAA. That is very adulty, Ember. Good job. Can we trade it into something? Yeah, you can trade them into a stamina beneficial thing. But I don't see the point because stamina is already easy enough to bypass in other ways. I suppose it'd be good for, like, if you're doing a melee build and you don't want to run Matriarch's Insignia or Explorer or Bisected Ring, then I guess you get the processed Cora pellets with Verdant P. And then basically you just need to stop for like 1 full second every once in a while, and then you get all your stam back.
All right.
Don't let them escape!
Imagine knowing where to go. Ouchies. That was a big ouchie. Super iffy thing to farm, because if you're on a streamer, because one run gives you one consumable. You get 3 core pellets per run. I don't know if it processes at a 1-to-1 ratio, helpless ratio. But you get 3 per run. And that's, what, second tile of Geisha? So, yeah, it's a bit of a time investment, yeah. Definitely something I wouldn't ever farm. Sword call. This is World's Edge. It's the sword you get for completing Apocalypse.
Don't let him get away!
They kind of low-key designed melee in this game around World's Edge. It's a little bit of a stupid weapon. Damage-wise, utility-wise, hell-wise. A little bit broken. Range-wise, yeah. Yeah, especially that one. Melee. Make it even and let me hit them with the butt of my shotgun. It's only fair. Try to avoid that. Swarm? Yeah, not that enemy. I meant the other enemy. Okay, do your thing. Love being animation locked.
Is that a castle?
Do wish you got some cooldown refunded for canceling that skill early. That would be thoughtful. Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm very likely to cancel it early because the ending animation is so incredibly risky. Yeah, I don't disagree. Or that, if you need to mantle it all. That's true.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't expect you to follow me so enthusiastically. Okay. Wanted you to follow me, but like not that closely.
Holy hell.
Really wanted to make summoner works 50-50 from raging, then my summons walk in front of my shots or do nothing, sit behind me. Weaponize them walking in front of your shots being good. If you run something like Meridian or Star Shot, just hit the whole room. You'll be powering them up and doing your damage. Something I want to test is if you can soulbind, like use soulbinder on your pet and then damage it or nearby enemies efficiently. Is any good? Huge skeptical phase about buying this game, watching stuff for it past literally 6 hours. What's your hesitation? What can I expect compared to what game? Compared to like what game? I don't know what you'd be comparing to. I don't think you need to compare this game to anything. It's if you like Souls-like structure in terms of difficulty, except you have selectable difficulty levels. Wearing a shooter's skin with lots of opportunity to build craft, then you'll like it. A shorthand way of describing this game is Elden Ring with guns. It's got a bit of Outriders DNA to it too, which I think is cool.
That was rough.
A lot of secrets in the game. A lot of longevity to, if you want to get one of every item on a character, obviously you can only have one. But if you wanted to have every item on a character, it would take you at least 100 hours. 300 hours in, I don't have every item because I keep getting distracted by doing side stuff. It's just a fun game to play. Good sense of rewarding your time spent, in my opinion. I'm mainly known for playing looters, so I'm something of an expert in having my time wasted by video games. This game does not waste your time. Beginner friendly. Depending on your luck. You could get some particularly bad luck and get thrown into, hey, the very first boss you fight is something that's a little weird to wrap your head around. So sometimes beginner friendly. It is designed to be difficult, as Jaybridge said. Repetitiveness. So, like, thought experiment here. Name a game that isn't repetitive by design. Elemental resist. My RNG is immaculate. Varieties are what I'm looking for. There's plenty of different stuff to do in this game, yeah. One shot. Okay. Good to know. Map turn structure every run. So, like, there are more individual events and bosses in each map than you can get in one playthrough. So you could have your first playthrough of the game, aside from the fixed story bits, of which there are 2. You could have it look entirely different than another player. Shahala is my first boss, so yeah, first boss will be a little much to wrap head around. Yeah, depends on what you get. From the start till end, except tutorial, of course. Yeah, once you're through the tutorial, you can co-op whatever content you want. There's nothing locked to co-op, there's nothing locked to solo, except for the tutorial. The fact that you have Regenerator as well is so toxic. This boss is corrosive immune, so I shouldn't be using Nebula. Really, you're just chaining that? It's fucking rude. I'm that early. That attack used to have the craziest hitbox. I had to change that one. Like, with the original hitbox, that would have killed me. With that near miss. Forgot to roll there. Ah, yeah. That attack. That's the one. I don't know if you played Warframe. I haven't. Elemental resist, man. Ever fought this boss? Yeah, there's more bosses than you'll encounter in a single run. This is one of the tougher ones. He hits very hard. Not very active or anything, but hits very hard. I'm gonna preemptively pop this. Like the mod gem, please. Ouchies. Ah, why I run Living Will. Yeah, those corpses one-shot you. I don't want to throw another grenade, but fear. Ah, I shouldn't have gone for that. Every time I go for that World's Edge swing, I get punished. Skill issue. This is low some. One of those fights is easy till you're one shot. Yeah, and also elemental resist makes a huge difference here. I'm running a very element-based build right now. I could switch builds as the game wants me to, or I could brute force this shit. Some satisfaction in brute forcing. Let me not animation lock myself. There we go. That one's a one-shot kill. Like, not through damage. That one's just a sync animation kill. Different kind of dangerous than the other one. I don't want to be this close. Very hazardous. See, satisfaction.
Yeah.
Gamer, Dr. 7, how you doing? Thank you, Ellie Resist Regen. I feel like you're really chunking them down with this build. I think so too. Like, considering Havoc form was doing that much, and like, also I wasn't able to apply Corrosive, which is a big cornerstone. Like, the number of statuses I have applied makes this do more damage. And then also, enemies that are corroded take 10% more damage, and I had neither of those. Also, I didn't have the tick damage from the Corrosive dot. So I feel like, all things considered, that could have been a lot worse.
Alright, come and get some.
When they had loadouts or search options, be more inclined to swap frequently. Hard agree, hard agree. Like, especially in the case of things like Empathy, Ellie Resist, Thick Skin, then I just click my loadout button to go to something that can deal with it. Hey, Big Bog, how you doing?
Wackos everywhere. Plague of madness.
Death to outsiders!
Rule in the test, Nebula's dot could be scaling up range damage, not the main projectile. Yeah, I can test. Remind me after Nightweaver, and I'll go to the target dummy. The target dummies are a good testing ground in video games ever, even the good target dummies, but... I want the target dummies to be changed, to be honest. Same issue with Borderlands, you can't test 50% of interactions. Yeah. Yeah. Like, dummies, unless you have an option to change what their HP is fixed at, you can't test HP threshold stuff. There's always going to be statuses that they're immune to. There's always going to be things that don't trigger outside of, like, combat conditions. Things that count number of nearby enemies that don't count the dummies. Stuff like that. You can't bleed the dummies in this game. Actual enemies with unlimited HP and 0 move speed. Unlimited HP at different thresholds. Like, one at 100%, one at 25%, one at 50%, one at 75%. Because there's effects that check how much of their remaining HP they have. In every game. I should quick flop pipe pumps too. I need to buy more of those. Quick flop bright stones too. All the debuffs. Why not, right? Please don't be Ellie Resist. Party Drain. That's actually super forgiving, thank you. This is literally the most forgiving set of modifiers she can possibly have. That's so kind of you. This. Oh yeah, I don't have Amplitude. Landing codes might actually be tough. Do the thing. Not that thing, the other thing. Yeah, that thing. That miss? What are your hitboxes? What do you mean? What are these hitboxes? I know my aim's bad, but it's not that bad. I just neglected to press dodge that time. Such a bitch with her boxes coming from a guy who ran to seat on her is rough. That sounds awful. Yeah, Mowgli, that sounds awful. More power to you. I was gonna do all these throwables, but guess not. Didn't get the bleed. Fun. Skill issue. Do the fun one? No? Thank you. On consistent crits, I finished it. Also shit, Ellie resist my normal merciless setup, just a pea shooter. Because Ellie builds work with breaking her heart, never thought about it. You're gonna have to use something that can weak spot her. Yeah. So build like this, not gonna be able to, especially because I'm using Burden of the Gambler, so I literally cannot break her weak spot. Maybe shouldn't have done that, but we have that, so it's fine. Yeah, throwables just don't work on her, I guess. Get her swarm. Not possible to debuff yourself. I haven't seen the debuff get applied to me, but I don't want to rule it out yet. No point popping that. I can't benefit for a while. Let the ads come out here. I need ammo. Thank you. Maybe not the best time to pop Havoc for him. Hitboxes? Hello? Wait, did she die? Cool. We take those. We take those. Same frame, yeah. Game looks like Dark Souls with guns. That's exactly what it is. I'm running to the bathroom real quick. Therapy. Okay, be back. Should have been an achievement. Dark Tide is a tiny smack in the face of most was hoped it would and could be. Had potential, felt short in so many ways. At least they've committed to like fixing the game. They shouldn't have released it as an unfinished product, but I think their response has been the best it could have been, given the circumstances. Borderlands, they left a QA test map, and it's not only respawnable enemies, there's a ton of interactables that spawn different enemy types to use as dummies. Sadly, you can only get there if you have a console enabler and knows don't... I'm more sane not knowing what's on the cutting room floor with games like that. Wow. Oh. That immediately upset me by such a ridiculous amount. Exactly, Pup T. Exactly. Oh yeah, I was gonna test range damage. Clementine! I gotta set that up. I forgot to yesterday. Even switches that drop you guns, spells, etc. You know what? I hate you. Alright, 41 on the gun, 49 on the dot, 73 on dot crit. Gun doesn't seem to be critting. I mean, it's probably going off the 5%. Yeah, 41 hit, 49 dot. It's an easy way of getting range damage without getting other stuff. There we go. Yep. You're correct. So, Nebula does not benefit from range damage, but the dot placed by Nebula does. Interesting. Never seen worse dummies in Wonderlands. Borderlands 3 dummies are worse. I mean, that's a bit of a cop-out answer, but they are. Which part benefits from status damage? Good question. One of these gives status damage? I haven't used that one in so long. There it is.
Empty.
Oh. Right, ammo something. Be close enough. Picking for 48. So the main one benefits from status and the dot benefits from range? Is that what we're seeing here? No. No. Okay. Still 49. No. Same number. So 49, 41. And then 49, 48. So status damage applies as it's supposed to. Just range damage applies to the dot and not the initial. Or maybe... No. Yeah. Is used to how in the lands titles they assign one damage source to projectile and based on other properties, things either apply or don't. Remedy, you can just chuck in any damage source for anything. Yeah, this is relevant, CZ, because, rounds are both mods and range damage. And because damage sources, the cascading effect of that, rounds get both mod and ranged crit chance. Like, if we go 20% there, um, 10% there, corrosive rounds to deadly calm. Hunter, Archon. This is 25% range crit chance. Cool. Do all that. Equip this. Range crit chance. Anything else gives crit chance here that works here? Because I can't get Akari Warband or Braided Thorns to work in here. I guess not. So 20% crit chance, 30% crit chance, 40, 60, and then from mod crit chance, 70. So this is 70% crit chance. And then I get another 5 here, so 75. and then I get 15 from Hunter's Mark and 10 from Hunter's Focus. So that's 105% crit chance. I can switch to a gun that I'll do Nebula. So that would put me to 100%, right? Let's reduce my crit chance even more. Let's go take that off. So it's 95% with Nebula, and it would be 100 here if I include mod crit chance, right? Let me get ammo box real quick. Akari can dodge an AoE mod, my own. I'll do it this way for now. Oh, pop this. This is without corrosive rounds. Let's see how crit affects Nebula. Not even sure if it. Let me sit first. Nebula might be a bad test here. I do Enigma. Enigma's minus 10. I can overstack. Yeah. Let's use something that's not weird. What is this? Any of these have base 10 crit chance? And that's base 10. That. SMG, yeah. So base 10, 20, 30, 45, 65, 75. You get 85, and then 100 with. Cool. Me. Crit chance. This. Deadly com. Corrosive rounds. This Hunter's Mark. Let me sit one more time. So that all adds up to 100% crit chance, but like 10% of that is mod crit chance. So if this works the way it's theorized to, then this should just always crit. Rounds ended. There you go. Cool stuff, right? There was something else I wanted to do. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I want to do crossbow stuff. Let's get our crossbow gaming going. Gunslinger Archon, maybe? Let's go Bulletstorm. I like Void Idol here. This. Maybe I want damage for this one. Or do I want reload? Not Blackout Ring. Provisioners won't reload this very quickly. Honkin'. When in doubt. Forecast. Yeah, that's reload for reloading, right? Just forgot what it looks like. Yeah. Less on average, but more peak. Do I go Slayer here? Or do I just do Twisted? I always love Twisting. No shot the rounding on this works this way, right? Okay. Extender does some weird shit. I'd Bandit, but meh. I think I just like Slayer. Although, I don't get much out of Slayer if I have Bulletstorm. No, that's not true. I do. So, extra 15% crit chance there during Bulletstorm. So that's 30% crit chance, 40%, 50%. We get an 8 leaf for Gunslinger? 55. That's 55. 65. Nightweaver's 85. Gambler would put me to 95, but Akari would be better. Or Braided Thorns. Braided Thorns would put me to 100. But I don't need to get 100 crit chance. I can just instead... I like the idea of going Hotshot because that's more raw range damage, and then I can do Singed Ring, which is as impactful as Corrosive. Do I have a slot for that? Okay, we play that out. World's Edge Misfortune, of course. Kind of like Enigma here. I mean, I could go back to doing Nebula. Considering the nature of the crossbow. We go Twisting Enigma. Is there a reload speed fragment? Probably not, huh? Skill duration here. And I don't need to be in heavy roll for this. Do I normally run here? Not what I normally run, but fashion. Shock rounds doesn't have the elemental and temp status tag. Well, corrosive and fire rounds do. One of elemental ring or status damage doesn't apply shock rounds, what does the other two? Remind me next time I'm in the ward and I'll test that out, huh? I could do it now, but like I just started specking and I don't feel like going back. If loadouts, I would. Triage, regrowth, because I'm very predictable. Vigor. Might be one of those rare cases where I can justify taking Glutton, but probably still just don't do it. What's the range on crossbow? Oh, that's pretty good. Hey, Disman, how you doing? Think all hearts should have passive ability. Find it hard to use under the Relic and Tranquil. No, I don't think so, because some of the active ones are incredibly powerful. Stuff like Crystal Heart, Resonating Heart, if those had passive abilities too, I would not find myself using anything else. Lifeless Heart's another one, where the entire point is to spam it. Does Swiftness make sense here? I do Amplitude for bigger reality room. Yeah, we go half glutton. Hey Wookie, how you doing? Good to see you. Where's the crossbow? Crossbow is Yeisha. The a dial puzzle behind an illusory wall. Or is that the relic? It's Yeisha, it's one of the dial puzzles. I can't remember if it's the one behind the illusory wall or the other one, but it's Yeisha. Stunerud? Stunerud. Imperial Gardens, that sounds right. Sounds right. Good things happen to you. Can't complain. Enjoying Remnant build sciencey stuff as per usual. Finally getting around to using the crossbow, which I really enjoyed using it from the ashes. I actually use it in Remnant 2 for once. I do good chilling at work, watch and listen to the stream in my free time. Hey, always happy to have you. Hope work day is nice and chill. Very interesting crossbow build. As usual, I don't claim to play, you know, optimal gun setups because I refuse to play Hunter Gunslinger. But I'd figure I'd blend in some of the other cool tech that I've been messing around with and just see what's what. Oh yeah, I still have all my Alchemist concoctions. That's funny. It's Crescent Moon myself and love it. Crescent Moon's, yeah, it's in a league of its own damage-wise. It's just simply the long gun. Like Crescent Moon, Nightfall, or Bloom. Like, you want to do all the damage? Those three. The Royal Hunting Bow is pretty good too.
What is our
Bow with an open mod slot.
Tell me. Now, you, on the speed fight, you bring me in.
Spore Bloom's that good? Yeah, Spore Bloom's incredible. With max investment, you can make Spore Bloom hit up to 10k per shot. It is in the 10k club. Enigma gameplay yesterday had me go unlock Night Weaver's Grudge last night so I could try it out myself. Night Weaver's Grudge is so good. Just 20% crit chance for free, basically, because it just cares that something within 20 meters of you has a status. Now, that does not mean a dot. That doesn't even mean enemies. If you have a status, you get it. So, like, if you step in fire, you get your 20% crit chance and your haste. If an enemy near you is slowed, you get it. If an ally near you is slowed, you get it. Like, it's so crazy. Every time I host players who join end up dying after kill bosses with 3 times damage and health. Oof. Yeah, matchmaking is... I don't matchmake in games because there's some where you just can't. This would be one, like Borderlands, you just can't get anything done in matchmade games. No. There's not standards in place to equalize stuff and to make people do what they're supposed to do. It's not hard to use anything other than the typewriter with Bulletstorm and Asterounds to go burr. I enjoy that a lot, Wookie. Yeah, that is something I've definitely enjoyed my time with. Mr. Sean, how you doing? Just like Tommy guns, the aesthetic of Tommy guns, immaculate. Simply oozes cool. Hero build, Passive and Engineer, Medic, Coach Gun, Extender, Magnum, Turco's Burr. I haven't used the Magnums enough to really have a strong opinion, either one of them. But Coach Gun Extender goes pretty hard if you have enough reload speed. You're still gonna need to reload. Engineer Medic, pretty tanky. Seems like it'll work. Does the crossbow have a lot of stagger or something? 10%, okay. Hey Urban Mac, how you doing? Feel the matchmaking, I just play solo because my public experience has been hilariously bad, continuously reviving my teammates, dying to ads and elites, and forget about some boss they can't even survive in the regular world. Yeah, I imagine if you matchmake Narude, you'll see people dying in the fog pretty often, huh? Now, I don't claim to be better. Want to get that out of the way. But it's probably frustrating when you are better than I and just trying to play and you can't. Provision or swap between Provision or swap and Coach Gun is awesome. Big fan of that. Yeah. Sound concept worked very well in From the Ashes. That sounds like a lot of fun. Probably pretty bad matchmaking early game when people are still getting their legs under them. Yeah. And, like, it's not those people's fault, because not everyone has people they can just do premates with. But, like, it's good that matchmaking exists. It's just some player bases are not player bases I would matchmake with. Now, I would always recommend using stuff like subreddits and official Discord servers to group up with people who are serious about actually playing co-op. If you don't have any friends to gaslight into playing with you. Yeah, Flashcaster for turret seems like a no-brainer. I like that. Netcode, good point, Chris. Easy to get momentum, then got kicked after I fell off the map twice. Deserved, but at least I got the mod. That's gotta be feels bad, though, because, like, there's several places you can fall off the map where it's like, logically I don't feel like that should have happened. Or where you just didn't know there was a gap. Like, it's happened to me. Hell, when CZ joined my game on stream the other day to help me get resonance, I immediately walked off an edge I didn't know was there. Fucking 300 hours in the game, by the way. People shouldn't be, like, bullied for that. Bullied's a strong word for that. It's just, I don't like co-op etiquette. It's a whole shitstorm. Or lack of etiquette, maybe. Want to leave anyway, literally enjoyed to kill Mantigora. Well, I'm glad you got what you needed then. My own personal experience, I found more often than not playing online with randoms in any game is almost always a negative experience. Minus Dark Souls, Elden Ring, love killing invaders. Well, that's designed to be adversarial. That's different, right? But there's plenty of stuff that, yeah, just, I'll never use matchmaking. People in this game usually pretty understanding. A lot of lobbies have been in it, spent 5 to 10 deaths on bosses, changing setups, waiting patiently to fire. People change stuff. That's good. Always like to hear about the good experiences. Helps restore faith, you know. Gravity and Imperial Gardens ended my hardcore run, so I always tip the camera down and look before I leap. Smart. To my surprise, I've not lost any hardcore characters to Gravity. I lost one to Cube Boss. That's it. I managed to get my hardcore bet clear on my second attempt, but I would have thought death would be to a cliff. Surprised me. You go through your ammo faster in Bulletstorm.
Come on, come on.
That on Cube Boss 2 on a hardcore run, not that sense. Yeah. I didn't know this thing had a weak spot. Huh. I guess it's in the logical place. Yep, there it is. Shows you how often I use precision guns. Anything on the game Vampire Survivors, my new addiction? I've only ever seen good things. I own it. I believe. Was it you that gifted it to me, Ember? Someone gifted me. I think it was you. Might have been someone else. Might have been Era, actually. An Era comment? I don't recall. Someone gifted, and it's been in the backlog for a while. Wasn't me? Okay. Might have been Era comment.
I don't like this at all.
But yeah, I've only ever heard good things about Vampire Survivors. I've also heard that I don't have the time for it, so... yeah. Got on sale for like $6 total. It's only 30-minute runs. You definitely got time. See, people say that about like Hades as well. Oh, you can knock out a run in 10 minutes. Yeah, you can. But what about the other 5 runs you end up doing? Because you felt like using different weapons. Don't you sidestep. My aim's bad enough already.
Holy hell. Oh, phew.
I want to try Twisting Woods. I'm critting a lot, right? And weak spotting. Round 2 will only get better in time, so something stealing your attention for a while isn't the worst. That makes sense, yeah. I agree. 30-minute runs wind up being multiple 30-minute runs. Exactly, Urban Mech. Exactly. It's worth investing points into handling from running the coach gun. I don't really think so, because it's already very tight spread. Maybe if the recoil is a problem for you, but I feel like the trait points are better spent elsewhere. It's my opinion. Trying to apply the slow there. Did not go well. Okay. Oh. I did deserve that. I'm not gonna pretend I didn't.
Come on.
Yeah, this definitely isn't a crossbow fight, but it's working. You'd only be one risk rain to run. Yeah, only one. Only one. There's just one quick run. Never one. It's never quick. What do you mean it's too quiet, character? It's very loud currently. Why are you like this? Frames don't like me linking them together like that. My frames really didn't enjoy that. Let's do it again. Yeah. My frame rate does not appreciate. Yeah, one more cycle. I gotta remember to do this. Kind of putzing around. Make this fight way faster. Sometimes it's fun to be silly. Like, if you slow them down, they bump into each other and start veering off course. I guess you don't explode when you do that. You think swiftness is an essential trait, running fitness and footwork? I don't think any of those are essential traits. It's easy enough to stop ADSing to move. Swiftness for movement speed is good, but like... there's more impactful things in the trait points. Especially with the trait cap being at 65. And fitness is only very situationally helpful. If you're doing like Bright Steel Ring light roll spam or like Havoc form build, then yeah, swiftness, or not swiftness, excuse me, fitness gets its mileage. If you're doing Misty Step as well. But for like regular gameplay, I think it's one of the lower value things, because there's not that many occasions where increasing the distance of one roll is gonna matter to a level where you wouldn't have been better by just rolling twice and having those 10 trait points elsewhere. Really do like footwork, so you can ADS sidestep many attacks at 50% movement speed. It can be good, but again, like, what is stopping you from just not ADSing anymore? Like, especially if you're using something like a bow, where you can just stop and you don't lose anything. Except, like, you lose Deadly Calm, maybe Hunter skills. I get it. I want to keep shooting. Easy. Valid. The top 5 beneficial traits. Fortify, Regrowth, Triage, Vigor. These 4. And then Barkskin maybe for 5th. Barkskin's kind of minor. It depends on what else you're running. But like, definitely Triage, Fortify, Regrowth, Vigor. It might not sound like 30 more HP is a lot, but that is... Remember, your base is 100. 30 more on top of that is massive. And armor effectiveness for Fortify is just really, really nice for turning those... Hey, I kill you in 2 hits attacks to I kill you in 3 hits. That combined with Vigor means you survive a lot of stuff if you can heal up in between, which is what Regrowth is there for. And Triage affecting almost all forms of healing. 50% more healing efficiency is so big that it makes people forget how good 20% on a fragment is. I don't often go without having both of those. I happen to be doing that right now, but like my comfort zone is having Triage and healing effectiveness, because it just gives you a ton of flexibility. Devastator? No, it's just a crossbow. They bring it back, just similar up, just regular crossbow. I have a bleed mod on it to reminisce about the Devastator days. Like the little guys? Why not? Maintenance, no. Try any pure life leech build, Nightmare Spiral. No, because I don't really see the point. So, like, sure, you could give up your amulet slot for a Nightmare Spiral, or you could just take Siphoner and then have enough without giving up a very important gear slot. You can even just run a concoction for lifesteal. Nightmare Spiral is a huge slot loss with an annoying downside. I don't think Nightmare Spiral is good in this game. And another reason is, let's say you go all in on getting as much lifesteal as possible for your guns in every single slot you can get it. You can't lifesteal off of one shot. So, like, what does it matter? May as well just, if you're shooting guns anyway, either kill the thing, or just get tanky enough that you can afford the occasional misstep and to heal back through other ways without losing as many gear slots. I think the first one, well, I did. I don't want to plat it and using Devastator since I got an amazing weapon. Definitely very iconic. There's different weapons in the sequel that end up reaching that iconic level. Unfortunately, the Devastator is one that did not return.
Okay, now that looks important.
Struggling to find the engineer engram, found the crystal it's supposed to be near. Don't know what area Apoc it's supposed to be in. If you have Explorer at 10, you can pop that skill, and you can get an outline of the item, as long as you're close enough. Explorer 0. Disappointed in you. Do better. Tried out thinking it'll help my early hardcore runs on up crippling your healing ability in those emergency situations. Yeah, just like Nightmare Spiral is bad for the same reason Triage is good. It's just Triage, but in reverse. Now, interestingly, you could run Nightmare Spiral with Triage and the Healing Effectiveness Fragment and nullify most of the downside. But, like, at that point, why do it, you know? It's like, it's not like Nightmare Spiral is even the only lifesteal amulet. So you're building stats? Yeah, sure. Void Idol, Black Cat Band, Ahanite Crystal, Zone of Malevolence, Sin String, Crossbow with Hot Shot and Twisting Wounds, World's Edge with Misfortune, Enigma, which I forgot to put a mutator on. Thank you for having me check this. What do I even put on here? I guess Momentum. Leto 2 Helmet, Bay Body Plate, Cultist Breeches, Tranquil Heart with ranged crit chance, skill duration, ranged crit damage. The boots. Reality Rune, Bullet Storm. Max Fortify, Max Regrowth, Max Triage, Max Vigor, Max Barkskin, Max Amplitude, Half Glutton, 1 Siphoner. Now 4 rings. Thought it was 3. It's 2 in From the Ashes, and then 4 in this game.
Here they come.
2 To offset that, rings are generally a bit weaker than from the ashes on an individual level. This isn't always true, but the size of the bonuses you see tend to be a little bit smaller because of that. The amulet slot is really powerful in this game, and we don't have armor set bonuses in 2. Instead, they're mostly returning in the mutator slot. If you have 2 gun mutator slots and 1 melee mutator slot. Also, Relic is a full-on equipable slot, so instead of having to use something like Elders to change the function, you just swap out to a different Relic. And you have Relic Fragment slots for passive stats in there. And you have such a scrap struggle right now? Yeah, I feel you there, Skull King. Resource economy is rough. I went and did a few adventure runs, like a couple streams worth, and I had a lot of scrap, and I still managed to just spend it all in one session. The big thing I'm walled with is, like, the middle iron kinds. Galvanized and forged. I never have enough of those.
So you have found them.
Armor sets are probably took that way and did the relics. Or a lot of new shit when I play this. Yeah, so instead of armor slots, like a lot of the bonuses that used to be set bonuses, Slams and Grams, just moved over here. Like Bandit, for example. You know Bandit set. Everyone loved Bandit set and From the Ashes. Well, it's just a mutator here. You just slot it in your weapon. Make a royal bow build. Yeah, royal bow's good, Rolo.
Our fate is inevitable. All that remained in my yet I did not foresee.
Ninja made it more customizable. Basically, yeah.
Excellent and inevitable.
1,000 hardened iron in my cast that I sold to equalize the iron types. Yeah, I have a surplus of hardened iron and luminite crystals, so I often sell those off when I need other things. I think the metaphysical form and annihilation are my favorite boss fights. Agreed. Those are my favorites too. Can you not set Tower Alta on fire? Is that just a thing? Bad time to use rounds. Kill issue. You're in water? That doesn't necessarily mean you can't set something on fire. It's like magical fire or some shit. No bully. Or brain juice? Yeah, I always assumed this was like stomach acid or something. Like a metaphysical stomach acid, you know? Bad dodge. Bottom got my stamp. There was not a good choice. I forgot he's vicious. I can't, like, disrespect that attack. Actually hurts. Yeah, I deserve that. Run it back with corrosive runs. Total skill issue. What can I run that's spicy here? I don't really think of anything super good. I guess I do just do Outlaw, huh? Enigma's not fantastic here, but... That's not what's wrong. I don't matter. I can't. I'm out of chakras. Always out of chakra. Too early. Making bad choices. Shouldn't have taken that long. But I love that fight. Favorite in the game. Crossbow's fun. Maybe I do another one. So let's make sure I'm not like overcapping my crit chance by too much. Like if I Deadly Calm. Okay, let's see. So base 10. So 25, 35, 40, 55, 65. Momentum doesn't actually give crit chance unless they fix that. So I'm not near 100. I can just get away with corrosive. Still like the idea of doing Singed. It's a really nice formula-wise. This is okay. This is okay. I want different fashion. We gotta have drip. Drip is important. What's the theme of the drip? I like nice jackets. Let's do some jacket drip. There we go. Actually did mental math properly. Applaud the streamer. When Elden Ring DLC comes out, do you plan on stream? Probably not, Rolo. Probably not. I will most likely just be watching others play that myself. Hey Deadfall, how you doing? The build we got going on? Just messing around with crossbow stuff. Also leveraging the weirdness that is crit chance calculations with any of the elemental rounds. Basically, if you make your rounds turn your gun into mod damage, it still counts as range damage and still gets range crit chance. It just also gets mod damage and mod crit chance, which might sound straightforward, but there's a lot of games that have like round stuff that don't work that way. This basically means that Archon with rounds is like still really good for range stuff. Kind of loosely competitive with other gun stuff that isn't Hunter Gunslinger. Double dip, some of the heals double dip too. Yeah, cool stuff. Cool stuff. So it's very possible to just comfortably hit 100% crit chance with rounds up, but we're not doing that because that's not necessary. It lets me cover the crit chance and then grab other nice things like this for full mult. I kind of prefer doing hot shot for Singed Ring, but I want to mess around with Outcast Ring for reload and just see how that feels. I could maybe get rid of Void Idol, but not worrying about ammo is nice. I'll continue doing this. Maybe I fit Amplitude in here because I want to actually use throwables. I'm kind of sick of closing. Let's do Asia. Did my Apoc World's Edge build. Almost never use my guns. Yeah, World's Edge is... It's like they kind of designed bosses around World's Edge in a way, like almost all of them. It's like, is this boss meleeable? Like, technically, if you have World's Edge, it's not that bad. I did a playthrough with a fresh character. I did Nightmare with melee, and World's Edge was most of the playthrough. Such a vast upgrade from the last game. Yeah. I do kind of dislike that melee as a whole. The game is less friendly to melee than From the Ashes was. It's not like From the Ashes didn't have its situations where, hey, you hero sword or you're wrong, but there's more instances where you just cannot interact with a boss with melee in this game. Or it's a bit more mathing. It's not a matter of damage viability. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, like, physically being able to connect with enemies. Like, for example, you're not landing any damage on Phase 1 Annihilation if you don't have a ranged melee weapon. It's just not happening. Phase 2, after you destroy orbs, if you're fast enough, yeah, you can technically melee Phase 2 of Annihilation. Phase 1, not happening. Corruptor, unless you bonk the Guardian and then deplete its health bar that way, you need a ranged one. Mother Mind, another one. I like butterflies. Yeah. Ixalis in R1, you definitely needed Hero Sword. When you're PC, will join games from Explorer Hub. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to do engineer. Tile memorized. I need to memorize the important tiles in this. I just retain the useless ones because that's how my brain works. The sword fox. Who is it? Is it an archer? It is a sword fox. Crossbow's satisfying. It's no Spore Bloom. But I think everyone knows I'm a slut for Spore Bloom already. Turn 2 of crossplay? Not yet. I believe they've indicated that it's something they're on their radar for possible changes, but no news recently, to my knowledge. Thorwin was my favorite gun on R1. Mine too. Mine too. I'm glad that it's still very, very good in this game. My first looter shooter. It's not a looter. That's the thing. That's one of the strengths of this game. It is not a looter shooter. A core aspect of looter shooters is they're designed to waste your time. Like, as a core baked-in feature of the loot system. Like, you got a drop, well, better make sure it's the right version of that item. Otherwise, you're gonna have to go to this enemy and farm this percent spawn enemy for this percent spawn drop for this percent, you know, different version of item. No, that's not present here. There's some aspects of RNG in certain item acquisition, but it's not a systemic, hey, have your time wasted, which is a good thing. Looter Shooter goes Destiny 2? Yeah. Destiny, Borderlands, The Division. Diablo is not a shooter, but it is a looter. Those are looters. Remember, if you know where to look, you can target farm anything. Yeah, as long as it's not a Blood Moon related thing, you can pretty efficiently target farm. Blood Moon is a special kind of hell. Minutes until I noticed. So Blood Moon's last 20 minutes, if you successfully gotten one, it's a 1 hour cooldown. Otherwise, if you did not get one, then the game will check again after you've changed maps after 6 minutes. And the odds of getting one on subsequent 6-minute checks after the first one will double from 5% to 10%. So, like, you can game the system. You just sit there changing your system clock and switching between 2 maps. That's how I did it. It's still not fun. It still sucks. Even if you know exactly how it works, it's still not fun. This game really caters to my gaming OCD. I feel the same. This is one of those games that, like, the way my ADHD manifests is I tend to, like, fixate on things really hard. I can't start tasks very easily, but I also can't stop tasks very easily. So Remnant 2 just kind of completely consumes me and turns off my sense of time, and I just don't stop playing. But unlike when I fixate on looters like that, Remnant 2 respects my time. I feel rewarded for time spent when I play this game. I actually want to collect everything in this game, even though I don't care to use it in a build. Such a dangerous situation. It's one of those games where it's fun to get everything. There's a couple items I'm not stressing out about, like a couple co-op only items, where I'm not going out of my way to get. But everything else I'm grabbing, and I'm enjoying doing that. I think I have everything else now, finally. That would be my aim. On brand. Didn't know I could take that. Good info. It's kind of playing around the revive there. Derby sounds good. I'm so greedy with this gun. It's not a good habit to be in. I think I'm trying to make up for my lack of accuracy by just thirsting more shots. It's not gonna help me long term. Yeah, I did it again. Completely aware of it, but I just don't stop. Gun fucked. Shrouds bro and he's mad. Yes, the Die Hard 2 of Remnant bosses. Spoilers, I guess, for that movie. Don't they tell you really early on? Look, I'm still learning new things and ways to play the game 300 hours in. Yep, I'm at 300 hours as well, and I feel exactly the same. It's always new stuff. Always stuff I could be doing better, always stuff I could be looking at differently, always stuff I haven't tried. Crossbow applying bleed, or 2 status. I'm applying corrosive through my weapon mod, and then bleed through my weapon mutator. New holes to fall in, that too. That's really important, can't forget that. Weapon mod and the mutator. So each weapon has a mutator slot. Well, not all. The starter rusty weapons don't. Probably for challenge run purposes. But yeah, you can slot one into each of your weapons. I guess something notable about mutators is you can't use them twice in the build. So for example, in R1 you could use Bandit to benefit both of your guns. In R2, because Bandit is a mutator, it'll only benefit one of your guns. But yeah, you can just slap an extra effect on guns. So like when I crit or weak spot, I get a bleed, and I just always do 20% more range damage to bleeding enemies, which is real nice. Stacking a ton of crit chance here, so the bleed will be semi-consistent from body shotting. However, since it's a crossbow, I'm just gonna want a weak spot anyway. Those are two skills next to UI. The thumb and C. Yeah. The thumb one is my Archon skill, and the C one is my gunslinger skill. Each class has 3 skills, and you can select one to have active at a time. Yeah, they've mentioned loadouts. I'm hoping that's sooner rather than later. Things on the weapon aren't those skills. Things on the weapon just add corrosive around. So you have slottable weapon mods the same way you do in R1. Like, you know, Hotshot in R1? Corrosive rounds is just that, but corrosive. Hotshot is also, like, built in this game, too. So that works exactly how you're used to. It's just, you have selectable classes in this game, archetypes, that also give you abilities independent of the gear you have equipped. That's what those 2 icons down there are. Well, you still have,
at least that's over.
You know, long gun weapon mod, sidearm weapon mod, melee weapon. But then you also have your relic, which is your dragon harpy. You can swap it out with ones that have different effects. And then you have your 2 class skills. Like, the Archon one I'm using right now is just a bubble that slows down enemies from projectiles and gives me damage reduction while I'm inside. And the Gunslinger one is, go crazy. Kills are auto reloads. I get extra fire rate, I get extra reload speed. Crossbows get extra crit chance and projectile speed. Quite fun. Hope it's not too long till DLC. Hoping to get a new biome and archetype feels unique to already diverse roster. Yeah, I'm definitely ready for it. I'm wondering how they're gonna plan it out, like, aside from developing the content. I wonder how they're gonna plan it out release schedule-wise, because fall 2023 is very packed. Like, Remnant 2 itself was immediately followed by Baldur's Gate 3, which did steal a little bit of thunder from every game that came out in July, August. Like, I wonder when they'll release, because this fall we've got, well, Armored Core just came out. We got Spider-Man 2 on its way, Alan Wake 2, Cyberpunk DLC, Starfield, like, tomorrow, day after. There's a lot of stuff, so I wonder how they space it. The 3 DLCs over the next year, so I'm taking a guess at 4-month intervals. In a vacuum, yeah, 1 every 4 months makes sense. Though it could be something like, hey, we'll give you these 2 back to back, and then you'll have to wait 6 months, and then here's another one, and then you're another 4 or 5 months later, here's the last one. It might not be uniform. I don't understand how you're applying corrosive. Shot the mobs without the weapon mod active applied bleed, so the rounds have a chance to bleed, and the mod applies corrosive. Yes, that's exactly how it works. So when I have my mod active, gun does corrosive damage instead of non-elemental. And will apply the corrosive status. Regardless of whether I have the mod active or not, because Mutator is bleed. If I crit or if I weak spot, I always get the bleed. Okay, no. Wasting too much ammo on this thing. Where am I going? Not that way. You can't me. That's so toxic. Tome of Knowledge worthless after leveling all archetypes to max, right? XP boosts stop meaning anything once you've reached the trait cap and leveled all your archetypes. But grabbing the tomes is still good because you get scrap. It doesn't give you a pop-up, but you get scrap. 56,172. Yeah, 56,672. You get 500 scrap. Hey, a random dude. How you doing? Game about zombies? Not at all. Nameless Nest means Mothermind, right? I kind of wanted Mothermind with this. This crossbow is uniquely suited. Actually, completely ideal.
Okay, this is it.
Provided you're a better player than me. Game about, like Dark Souls with guns. Except the enemy is, sort of like a virus that's kind of hacking reality. Slowly spreading. And you're trying to find a way to stop it. in this game's universe in the 1960s, the world kind of ended because of that sort of virus. Not virus as in the make you sick kind, virus as in the computer virus kind. Archer. Yeah, you can just keep shooting at me. Ricochet Rifle come back? Yes. It has a fixed mod slot now. It's a boss weapon. But yes, it did come back. Called the Twisted Arbalest now. Interdimensional aliens across multiple worlds, and how to stop them. Yeah. A lot of traveling between different realms. Low health build's a thing. Feel like those caps help that 50% rings are never used. I want to try that out. So, like, the risk is insane because capping your health there means you just don't have any wiggle room, or you're basically playing no hit. But there's enough effects there that like maybe there's something to it. I know they buffed the damage reduction on the ring that caps you at 50, but I don't know if that was enough to make it desirable or not. That's something we can maybe try out today if I remember that I want to do that. Discipline no hit on my Apoc run, yeah. happens. You imagine. Actually, I wonder. That'd be some real Dark Souls shit. That's not the correct button. Okay, no. That's way too early there. Oh, jeez. No. I totally stopped paying attention. I was like, oh yeah, I have one more cycle worth. I don't. Me and spacing out while playing Remnant 2. Name a more iconic duo. Why bother switching this? No, it's fine. Arbalest mod looks interesting, already good. And mod player like, no, let's make it better. Yeah, Arbalest is really cool. The way like, you have mobbing options that kind of surpass it in this game because of everything they've added. But like the mod is cool. It definitely fits well. Ow. Okay. Does this account? This attempt does not count. Do over. Yeah. That one doesn't count. Mulligan. I don't even know what happened. Sometimes you're simply bad when you're supposed to good. You know? What doesn't count? Just talking about exactly. missed. Awkward. Imagine me missing something. Can you imagine? I can't. The only thing I miss is dodges and shots. And audio cues. But other than those things, I never miss. Crossbow's fun. I still think I'm too much of a shotgun worshipper in this game. Cause I don't know, like anytime I use a gun, I'm just thinking about the Spore Bloom. We can have a good time, but as long as you know who I'm really holding out for, other guns, then this arrangement can work. Hey, more poop. I guess I could put poop back in my hotbar, because I don't know if I bombed anyway. You know, I still haven't watched that whole season of The Walking Dead. Like, I stopped watching Season 8, it started getting, like, real shit. And then, like, briefly Season 9 was like, oh, you're interesting again. Then I stopped watching again. I never watched Season 10 or 11. I maintain that Season 5 was peak.
Here they come.
What did that hit? I have concerns. Never use Spore in R1, really only use it on stationary boss for the weapon mod, even there, there's better. It's something satisfying about, you know, big shotgun. It performs especially well when you get a good bandit chain, and you have a little bit of accuracy. The way bandit works in this game, you don't want to go full accuracy, because then you reduce your bandit procs, because it requires, like, independent damage numbers for them to trigger. So you want some accuracy reduction, but not all of it. Although you can just make Spore Bloom as accurate as a sniper rifle, and that's very viable and very enjoyable. I think I'll do a Spore Bloom run. What boss do I have here? Is this Ravager or Corruptor Yesha? This is Ravager Yesha, right? This is Ravager. I haven't done Crossbow versus Ravager, so we'll do that, and then I'll do another one with good old Spore Bloom. Basically when Negan hit the scene. A lot of people did too. Yeah. A lot of people stopped after Season 7 premiere. Season 7 premiere was very visceral and, like, hadn't fallen off the cliff yet, but, like, the rest of Season 7 was just news. 50403410, right? I keep having to re-memorize this. Wow. Absolute banger. Managed to get the second summon this by luck and got the gun. By luck, really? Wow. Yeah, that's very nice. I just looked it up, but like the actual tell is the flautist will start playing a different song, so you just reconstruct it by ear. Did you make sure to go talk to him? A bit of musical ear? There you go. Did you make sure to go talk to him after you got the gun?
That you're here on a the radiation of this pest. This is enough.
Bad time to pop my mod. Bad time. Bad time. Bad time. Real bad time. I did not? Okay, you get an extra thing if you go talk to him after having put in the second song. I forgot I wanted to put Hotshot on anyway. Which chooses the best? It depends on what you need. So, like, healing the dough is, like, the good ending for, like, lore. Killing the dough is the easiest in gameplay, because you don't have to do a boss fight at all. Also gives you access to a couple other things. And then killing, or letting the Ravager eat the dough and then killing it is another one. Deserve that.
Not while I'm popping my skills. Come on, man. It's toxic. You play Elden Ring? I've consumed a lot of Elden Ring content. It's something I've enjoyed entirely secondhand. No burning desire to play it. Something I admire from a distance. Oh no, wait to try to do an alt kill on Nightweaver on a Nightmare run, pulling my hair out. Yeah, that alt kill's a pain. I accidentally did it on Apoc when I was doing the Spore Bloom, like the Sniper Spore Bloom stuff. But I do not recommend attempting to do that. What do you get for killing the doe? So you get the Ravager's Seal, which is an amulet, but you can then wear the Ravager's Seal to open up a hidden room that then has a Fruit of Death. Now, eating the Fruit of Death kills you. Eating it 3 times gives you the Lifeless Heart relic, which is less healing, but it's double charges. And when it says double, it actually means double. So interestingly, if you equip a Tear of Kayla, then you can have 24 relic charges with Lifeless Heart. Just really cool for any builds that require you to use relic for, say, healing your pets or filling your turret's ammo. Cool stuff. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, be back. So, crossbow, good. Let's go back to doing, let's do shotgun stuff. Enjoy Challenger, Gunslinger, Spore Bloom. We can do that. And these the way 13. I want to keep the cool jacket drip. Not messing up the other stuff. I could work with that. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not serious. I'm joking. I'm fooling. It was a prank. We still gotta look good. We have reached fashion. That's certainly a hat. It is one of the hats of all time, even. If I might be so bold. Okay. So... what flavor of this am I going to do this time? I'd like to keep using the status effects stuff for additional damage out of this thing. Which means my secondary is going to need to be something that applies consistently. As long as I'm close enough, I can just use Enigma for that. Nebula is questionable. Hellfire is also questionable. Same exact problems as Nebula. Same exact range. First, let's figure out what we're doing. See what. So this is Spore Bloom without any mitigating the spread. You know, hard to actually get your full damage, but practically speaking, most likely to get good bandit RNG. Hitting multiple things. See, if you get multiple damage numbers like this, that's how you get more bandit. Basically, you want a nice middle ground. Go 5. I'll go 10. Like Sniper Boom with Slayer, full reload speed build. Yeah, it's definitely a good time to be. I want a little more. Like a little more. We'll go... this is not quite Sniper Bloom. It's a little too much, actually. A little too much. Let's scale that back. Scale that back. Okay, I like this enough. We'll take our Siphoner. We take Triage. Regrowth. Vigor. Long Shot. Fortify. Maybe Flashcaster. The rest. thonkin'. Having a thonk. The Flashcaster will reduce the animation commitment whenever I'm entering Berserk. And that's attractive. I think Glutton is more useful as a whole, though. Yeah, we'll do Flashcaster. We'll be reckless. Okay. Ringwise. Point focus is spread stuff. I could do Provisioner to benefit my other slot. I could do Provisioner and then do Scattergun rather than... Yeah, you know. Let's do Scattergun. Visioner. Singed Ring. Malevolence. And then over here, we'll do Rupture Cannon. With Corrosive Rounds. Refunder. We'll do Scattergun with Hot Shot and Bandit. Yeah, I like this. I like this run. It's fashionable too. The idea here is I can use rounds to refill these as necessary. Try this out. Been live for 4 hours 36 already. All right, we'll do a quick one. Just a quick one. I was gonna do a yay shot. No, I will get lost if we do Naruto. We'll do a Losa. Nightweaver. I don't want an imposter. Whatever, fuck it. We ball. Just quick with you. Shotguns are just such a good time in this game. I love building around them. Swap shotgun builds, provisioner shotgun builds. I want to do one with Gunfire Security Lanyard and Bandit for just constantly shooting. Like, I can maybe do that here, in all honesty. Well, he was my nickname in high school.
More bad news.
Is it because you were quick to help people out?
This one looks dangerous.
Yes? Oh, that's very nice of you. I'm really glad to hear that story. Not enough wholesome stories like that, Jayfridge. Thank you for being you.
Keep them away. All together for the grand. All together.
The helpful guy? So kind. Guess maybe over Refunder I should run Twisted. That's another status towards that. I don't want to run Enigma. Do Refunder Enigma. Ah, yes. Notification on my phone from the r/Remnant game subreddit. Spore Bloom with Bandit is secretly OP in Remnant 2. Like, what do you mean secretly? It's almost like the people who were ragging on Spore Bloom for like a fucking month on the subreddit were just actively stupid, and that people should know whenever. People should just like not listen to that ever. If someone says something is bad on Reddit, unless it's handler, don't fucking believe them.
Okay, this is it.
Believe them if it's handler though. Oh, forgot about the blobs. Right, observe that. Hey Don. How you doing? I agree with Don about jiggling. That's very true. That is a very valid point that I had not considered. We should all jiggle profusely. I started to jiggle. I hit stop at New Year's. That just means you're more talented for the task at hand. More naturally gifted. Thank you for taking the cause of jiggling with the homies seriously, Don. You always know what to do. Does the Enigma run out if you have lanyard? Region's at a pretty decent rate. And tips for using the Enigma's weapon mod. You could use it to kind of make traps. So like if you go around a corner, you know enemies are gonna follow you. You can kind of make a tripwire that they'll have to step through. If you know where something spawns, you can just put a pile of them there, and then whatever stands in it'll take chip damage. They do get weak spot bonuses, so like put it on weak spots and it can be a good source of additional damage. Also, Enigma's mod is one of the most spammable in the game, which is good for any effects that care if you activated a mod but don't care like what it was. It's also good for just having some range. Like if you're using a couple close quarter weapons, then if you're using a close quarters weapon and Enigma, there's a solid chance you don't have anything that's fantastic at range, but Enigma's mod can be okay. But if you're trying to use it efficiently to kill multiple targets, then you want to stick one spike to each enemy, because it'll get a damage increase for each nearby also stuck enemy. Description hurts my smooth brain. Suffice it to say, you don't need to use the mod at all, really, honestly. Because the main fire of the gun is just so good. So if you're just trying to get good multi-target, then you get good mileage out of just shooting the gun, yeah. Output, thanks. Yeah, no problem. It's crazy that a weapon as good as Enigma 4 nerfs and remained top tier. Gun dead re. Oh, sorry, I mispronounced. Yeah, you're right. Shocking? What do you mean shocking? I deserve that. I feel shocked. The timing. The way it came in the quiet between me dying and spawning back in, incredible. No notes. Perfectly done. Oh, really? With Unstoppable, you just, you are unstoppable. See? Oh, that's an AoE. Holy shit. I'm gonna do it. Gonna do it. I just need to do more damage up front. Sometimes you just get you get an aberration with a modifier that makes you go, huh. Just stop getting hit. Honestly, I think you may be the first person to have ever thought of that. Have you copyrighted this idea? Maybe. I'll go halvesies, we can get rich.
Here they come.
Now, we need to leave out the part where you have to be better at video games than I am to do that strat, but people don't need to know that. well-timed iframes. One easy tip for Eden Boss. Funny you should mention that. Easy Tip was my nickname in high school. No fucking blob. Really creative nickname? I think so too. Just terrain cheese. That's all you do.
Oh, that was rough.
Game gives you shocking, you give it, I'm gonna do the old run up the stairs and then off the side. Works every time, 100% of the time. 50% of the time. If you're not me. Okay, where is I going? Oh, yeah. I like how this is going to be a quick one and I got completely sidetracked by a side dungeon because having an attention span is not normal. You should not do it. We're the only one who leave that excuse. Listen. I don't know where I'm going with that. Didn't buy that for a second. Well, I did. What does that say about me? Can't kill you all, you said? Who said that? Was it the dude I already killed? I think it was. Very good Apoc bow builds. So Crescent Moon is just one of the strongest guns in the game. Simply in any scenario where you are clicking a gun at something to make it die, Crescent Moon is just high on the list. Royal Hunting Bow is also very good, because it's not as good as Crescent Moon, but it has the open mod slot, so it's very adaptable. You could put on, like, corrosive rounds or something. You can just slot those into basically any gun-oriented build, and they will be good. I would not really super recommend Sagittarius. It's kind of mid. Its mod is a damage-dealing mod, pales in comparison to some of the other ones. It's awkward. And in terms of bowing at things, both Crescent Moon and Royal Hunting Bow surpass it. Peak of basically any gun interaction in this game is going to be Hunter Gunslinger. So Hunter Gunslinger Crescent Moon is likely one of the strongest things you can do in Remnant 2. Struggles what rings and amulet to use. Often it's going to be situational. If you're finding yourself not surviving, Black Cat Band is always good to have around. Archer's Crest is good, reduces your charge up time, increases the speed of the arrows. It'd be nice if it doesn't feel comfy. If you are doing Royal Hunting Bow with some kind of elemental rounds, then You're probably going to want some sort of mod gen, some kind of elemental damage. Or damage to status targets. Those are good things. Nice thing about Sagittarius is that it frees up a ring slot and you don't kill yourself activating the mod at a bad time. Yeah, that's true. The fact that Sagittarius mod doesn't do self-damage, it can be very convenient. It's just, what's stopping you from running Royal Hunting Bow with Tremor? Because at that point, it's better in literally every possible way. Damage on Sagittarius is not higher. Much higher. The mod isn't.
Get the outsider! It's nothing.
And if you're talking about just shooting the bow at a target, as Trade Secret said, Sagittarius can't equip rounds. And rounds are a huge amount of overall damage. Crescent Moon, just its mod is good enough that it beats rounds anyway, but... This really is the I hate reloading setup. Running Archon Gunslinger with Crescent Moon, Jester's Bell, Archer's Corpse Probability Cord, Danius Mouse, Bright Steel Ring, wearing heavy armor, and Contest Evade. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but like, it's entirely possible that in that setup, Crescent Moon would lose to Royal, specifically because rounds. Archon's mod damage and mod crit chance boost rounds. Like, so you can do some silly things. But like, then again, Crescent Moon itself is crazy, and then its mod is, hey, double damage and healing. So I can't just blanket say, hey, one will be better. Worth trying out. Like, when I say Crescent Moon is stupid, it's stupid. If they nerf another gun, it's gotta be that one. Crit versus 54 base damage is a lot. It is, but rounds are a lot. If we're still talking about that. Yeah, and of course, whether or not you're Archon or Summoner, that affects the choice, because Archon Summoner having that mod damage and mod crit. I should really switch off Hot Top for this map. I just don't bother because I'm terminally lazy. Like, it is going to kill my character.
That was rough.
Can't get Blood Moon. Oof. Yeah, that's one of my least favorite things I've done in this game. Blood Moon farming. Feelings on Starshot? I love Starshot. Starshot's great. It's kind of like personal preference whether you prefer it or Meridian. Like, Big Bang is one of the best mods in the game. Big Bang at 5 stacks is one of the best mods in the game. Huge radius, can weak spot, very fast, very precise, applies fire. There's like, Big Bang's awesome. And Starshot itself is a better gun for shooting than people give it credit for. It has multiple chances to trigger Bandit, so it's very sustainable if you do it that way. It has no range fall off at all. It benefits from detonation trigger, and because it's an explosion, it bypasses armor. Then explosions, you don't have to be super precise. Amplitude boosts its AoE. Like, Starshot is fantastic. I'd say in terms of using it as a shooty gun, it definitely beats out Meridian. Much easier to use in that regard. In terms of for a mod build, which one is better, it'll depend on what you're shooting at and what you like and what amount of mod gen you have. The more mod gen you have, the better Starshot becomes versus Meridian, because like Meridian does the same per charge no matter how much you have, and it drains the charges independently, so it's already easy to get to a point where you don't need to worry about sustaining it. But then Starshot, if you can consistently get to the point where you're able to get like 5, just it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Fairly new to Remnant. How'd you get your health to passively regenerate? It's this trait right here, Regrowth, which is the one from Summoner. Get Summoner to 10 and you could take this trait on any class you want. And I also am using the Tranquil Heart, which gives you some passively as well. Welcome back, Deadfall. Got a dozen random items with the help of Deadfall. W. Thank you for helping out, Deadfall. That's kind of you. I was hoping you were on the other corner. I can't quite see. Like, where are you? Oh, empathy. Should have paid attention to that. I didn't. Time to eat some poop. Delicious poop. Delicious poop. Never heard that one? In 10% heal. Done worse for less. But where's the bot? Like, hello? Never had it hide from me like this. What's the eating, getting 3 celestial fruits ever confirmed to be a requirement? I think it's just getting. I think it's getting, and then the in-game, the way the game measures time being weird and inconsistent. I don't think you actually need to eat. According to the wikis, when a 4th fruit would grow the heart. So, like, I don't know if that's how it worked for me. I would have to pay attention on, like, a fresh plant. Like, while the Remnant wiki is better than most wikis, it still has some inconsistencies and stuff that I don't really love, so... Grain of salt, but considering I have no information, it's, not a bad thing to go off of. No fruit, haven't eaten the fruits, maybe that's why I don't want to have it. Could be. I have eaten 1. I don't think I ate 3. Pretty sure I've only eaten 1. Wiki. How you doing, Rain? Struggling so bad, Custodian I, Hardy Apocalypse. Are using a gun that's, like, real good for weak spotting? That can help you out a lot.
Great.
Good old Enigma for the ads, and then your favorite flick weak spot gun as your long gun. That's usually how I handle it. Amusingly, you can also cheese every single one of the boss's attacks with energy wall, but that's a little toxic. If you put down energy wall in your spawn position and then crouch, it can't hit you until it changes the arena. Again, more cursed Rhetor stuff.
You can kill me, but you can't kill us all. Outsiders, kill 'em.
Ow. Hello. Y'all were quiet. Medic Summoner tank that whole thing. Yeah, Medic Summoner just turns off the concept of having a health bar. Like, Hunter Gunslinger turns off the concept of other things having health bars, but then Medic Summoner turns off the concept of the player having a health bar. I like playing this game with health bars.
We'll spill your blood, outsider.
In 40 minutes ago, just short little trip through here, yeah. You can... Imposter Losum can be fast. Okay. I'm just doing the other one. And also doing side dungeons. And also losing my train of thought every 40 seconds. Alright, just grinding hardcore. How far you get so far, Rain? Many xenophobic Dran. In defense of the Dran, like, the Fae are awful.
What in the hell was that?
Like, the Fae are literally eating them. So, like, I understand.
Come on. Wouldn't I do anything?
Bit problematic of you, Bestie. What do you mean?
Kill 'em all, friends.
Saying cannibalism bad? Or, I mean, I guess it's not cannibalism, because it's different species.
Surround them.
Eating other humanoids without consent bad? Is that... Is that the correct way of phrasing that?
Everything's shifting around us.
No,
Get to beat first world and making it the final boss every attempt. Hey, that's good.
What do I see? What did I
Good
say?
progress. You get a account-wide ring unlock for each world you beat, so hitting milestones is good.
She'll find me. Must not sleep. She'll find me.
Ellie resist bursting. Alright. I can't do elements, but you can. Real mature, dude. Thank you, Iprams. Upper runs dying because I find Yesha dungeons like Lament refuse to ignore it. Typically die to traps. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to yourself? I didn't do any side dungeons on my hardcore character. None. Which is why I was a little under-leveled. And had to do a little bit of farming at the very end of the playthrough, but safer to make progress. And being under-leveled when you get to a boss isn't actually a bad thing, because then it lets you just gear up past the boss if you get enough resources after being low. That'd so be me. But with the traps thing. Blow is so incredibly overpowered in this game. Why does it last forever, man? They specifically didn't want Spore Bloom slow lasting forever, but all the other ones can. Cat. What the cat doing? What the cat doing? What this? Why are you like this? You're very loud lately. Any comment? No comment. As soon as he has a platform, no comment.
I don't like the looks of this.
I'll skill everything, no fear of doing the whole side dungeons on each world to level up. Leveling up doesn't make the game easier, right? Like, leveling up makes the game harder. Like, I did absolutely 0 item upgrades on my first world, on hardcore. Because that way the boss was only at 3. The labyrinth was only at 6. Hardcore, you don't want to level till the end. Yeah, if you get a boss that you're particularly scared of, then you could grab a couple levels, but if you keep your levels minimal, then Annihilation will be like level 13. 14. And then at that point, if you have a surplus of resources, you can then push your power level above what the final boss is set to and make that easier. But it's easier to just not level your stuff at all and remain like 1 to 3 levels under, rather than if you max out all your stuff and then you get over leveled, you don't have the resources to make up that gap without farming while being under leveled. Unless you feel like save quitting a chest for a while.
Over there! Get him!
So it's a little counterintuitive. But leveling up can increase your difficulty. Why unstoppable, man? Why? It's like the only thing I really didn't want you to have. I got that potato gun. Hey, congrats.
Looks like I'm full up.
I'll upgrade my weapons. I want the XP and resources level at the end. Yeah, leveling your archetypes is increasing the power level, right? So if your classes are leveling up, you're still making it harder for yourself. Not saying don't do it. Like you could get some useful gear and stuff, and that playing the game is sometimes its own reward. Just be aware that, like, especially in a reset heavy situation like early hardcore, grinding isn't gonna make the game easier. I upgraded my long gun to be 1 higher than the map. Power level still 100. Easy claps. Yeah. I kept enough resources to be able to change weapons if I needed. But I ran Enigma Bonesaw until Annihilation, where I started using Widowmaker. Where are you jumping around? Where are you? There you are. Best starting map for hardcore. You get a lot of value out of Imposter Losam start, so Feilin Feirin, because you can get Jester's Bell for basically free. No significant combat. And it's a good slot to have filled early on. I mean, you could of course just bop over to Adventure Mode and get it that way. Getting Corruptor Yeisha early is good, because then after Corruptor, if you get the Thayan Seed, or not even after Corruptor, right before Corruptor, you can get access to the Thayan Seed and then plant a tree for Thayan fruit for extra lives. Hey, Daddy Dad, how you doing? Recently got Windows 10. Nice. How about starting Yesha Ravager fight? It's a free boss. The end, just kill Doe. Yeah, you can absolutely do that too. That's a good starting one. And of the bosses you can get leading up to it, most of them are pretty forgiving. I guess you wouldn't want to get Mothermind. But the other three, you can be as patient as you want. Roll some, grab Bell, reroll campaign for Yesha, probably. You could always just get the Bell in Adventure, is the thing. Like, you can get the Bell and the Seed in Adventure and keep your campaign where it is. I think personal preference, I love starting Forbidden Grove because the build I was made and the easy start to Labyrinth. Yeah, Forbidden Grove start gets you, as Rain said, you could just kill the Doe and you don't even have to do a world boss fight before Labyrinth. That can be good. Gets you there fast. At which point you could then go get, like, Jester's Bell and Thayan Seed in your adventure mode. Double Unstoppable? What even are the odds of that? I don't like where I'm standing. I want to fight you over here. That. Oh, that was a double. I'm stupid. Bully. Oh, she missed. What is you doing? I don't know why she kept charging at things that weren't me, but you go for a second archetype in hardcore? Yeah, yeah. My personal favorite approach is to start with the archetype that has the weapons you want, and then grab two, like, safe ones as soon as possible. Like, I started Archon for the free Enigma, and then I went into Alchemist for a lot of the playthrough. Alchemist, Invader, Medic were the ones I used the most. Yeah, and slowing down XP gain, as Deadfall said, is good. because then it keeps boss levels down. And you don't really need high-level class features. Stuff like getting Invader to 5 for Wormhole can make some fights easier, but like you never need that. Just baseline Alchemist, because of the first skill you have access to, and getting access to multiple concoctions. Just the existence of Alchemist alone makes you tanky enough that keeping Alchemist around, available but low level, is really good for making you tanky. Like Engineer personally, since you can't get in the actual playthrough. Well, you can now. You can just buy it from Wallace. But you couldn't before, yeah. Before they made that change, you couldn't get Explorer, Archon, and you couldn't reasonably get NG or Invader. You could get Invader, but it was super late. And you could get NG, but it was really risky. But Archon and Explorer were completely off limits, because they require story completion. But now that they changed how Wallace works, you have your cake and eat it too. Like having Fortify right off the bat. Fortify's great. And Engineer has a really good starting kit. Like, Engineer starts with 3 good weapons, whereas most classes start with 1 or 2. Engineer also starts with good armor. Ow. I was hoping they would stay aggroed onto Big Dude, but no. They do not. Your stack, starting the heavy weapons and the pistol. Yeah, you get the Shatter Cannon, you get Pulse Rifle, you get a decent melee weapon, and you just have NG kit. It's a really solid start. You think Apoc World's Edge so satisfying? Yeah. I've done my fair share of that. I like doing Alchemist Challenger for that, because then you get really good stagger level as well. Without having to run the mutator for it, and I think that's rad. I don't feel like running. Let's do an Alchemist start for my hardcore attempts. What does Alchemist start with? Like loadout wise. Challenger Medic, lots of lifesteal, passive regen. I think lifesteal is kind of an overrated stat in this game, just because people are used to lifesteal being so dominant in other games, but like, having a little bit goes a long way. Like, I always run 1 point in Siphoner. I never feel like I need more. Having more is something that can make a difference, but outside of melee, I don't really like feel the need. And for melee, getting just 1 slot's worth is enough. Either a Max Siphoner or Dying Ember or Vampire Blade, you know. But passive regen. Passive regen's worth that. Full barrel lever action. Starting double barrel's nice. That's pretty nice. Dorky outfit. Hey, fashion is important. Playing on the melee weapon, one of the axes. Yeah, I've never used the axes. actually got pre-fired. Don't you dare. I'm zigzagging. I'm zigzagging. %, with just rings and stuff. Then efficacy and passive heals, shield gen. Inspired another player's build I saw. Yeah, like 11% lifesteal is definitely the point where you just occasionally throw out an attack. Like the way I see it, I don't think that's more worth than say 1% lifesteal, unless you're doing melee stuff. Then like you go 5. But that's just how I look at it personally. Challenger's so underrated for its gun DPS too. It's not just the melee cast. Yeah, Berserk is incredibly good for gun stuff. And also just the nature of how the damage passive works if you're using, say, Nebula, Hellfire, Enigma. Swords gun actually good? Yes. It requires investment. But it is good. It's great damage, you just need to either tighten up the spread or hug things. It's the closest thing you can get to a Spore Bloom with a mod slot. Poach Gun and Bulldog work better without investment, as does Spore Bloom, because Spore Bloom's damage is absurd. But with some investment, Scattergun works quite well. Like, if I had to put all the shotguns in a lineup in the game, it'd be towards the back. But it's above Repulsor, so... And that just is kind of a testament to the shotguns in this game being real good. Just true to form. Shotguns and From the Ashes were great. With Mod Repulsor pretty in Apoc. Yeah, all the shotguns can work. Just Repulsor has the most restrictive use cases, most awkwardness, most downsides. Doesn't mean it can't be made to work.
Shit.
It's awkward.
That is ominous.
Of soft spot for Repulsor and Spore Bloom. Understandably, like that's Spore Bloom for me. I love Spore Bloom so much. I only use Repulsor a little bit in R1, but I used Spore Bloom so much. Only weapons I haven't had success with are the bows. That's just a skill issue on aiming. I relate to that, Rain. I relate to that. Preemptively pop this. I'm not surviving this, but like... Fuck it, we've all... These don't have Rat Swarm. Vortex? I don't love that. I cannot say that I love that. Ow. Bad dodge, bad dodge, bad dodge. Me heal. Thank you. Oh no, I forgot about that elite. This room is so toxic. Why did I run in here? little chaotic. That's crazy. Glad you enjoyed that. So what American you're saying? It's the sniper. Yeah, the bolt action. Not the like marksman rifle, just the one mag one. I think the Widowmaker is just worse than the bows, but the bows are not available initially. You need each of the bows requires specific things. Like to get Crescent Moon, you need Nightweaver Losam. To get Royal Hunting Bow, you need Pothole Parlor. To get Sagittarius, you need Cathedral on Yesha. Cathedral moments, yeah. Also, the crossbow should probably go in this conversation as well. Same sort of vibes. The crossbow is another side dungeon thing. Damn, ad break. I don't know why I thought I was in Council Chamber for a minute. That wouldn't make any sense. Gilded Chambers and Council Chamber having the same layout. Back from ad jail. What I was saying is that crossbow goes in the group too. Another cool thing I'd probably use over Widowmaker, but side dungeon RNG. Yeah, sorry about the ads. I run the minimum it lets me while still benefiting from the very slightly better ad revenue split and turning off pre-rolls. Twitch is trying to crack down on ad blockers to push more people to do turbo, but just know that using an ad blocker does not hurt me. Not mad at it. I appreciate the understanding. Shouldn't have lost my patience. Definitely not something that's sustainable for everyone. Luckily, it's something you can always go back to if you redevelop a taste for it. You haven't felt too much work? Yeah, it can be tough to mix those worlds sometimes. I try to have, like, work games and fun games. That helps me avoid burnout. Sometimes it crosses over, like, I play this for fun and for stream, but... Ever played Spiritfarer? I'm not familiar. Like, Twitch for the ads, so intrusive, like, sometimes 6 ads in a row, it's crazy. Yeah, if there was an option on the platform to run no ads at all for anyone ever, I would do it, but they don't make money on channels if that happens, so... Well, they still do, they don't make enough to be satisfied with it. timed that dodge a little poorly. Timed that round's activation very poorly. Timed that dodge very poorly. Sensing a theme. Also forgot to put the curse item on my hotbar. You have empathy. It's like the 4th time today a boss has had empathy and I've just healed it without bothering to check. Imagine learning. Luckily, Red Prince does absolutely no damage. You don't have to respect him at all. Ammo, so I use the Enigma mod. Softer than Ravager. Yeah, this dude just... That's with Vicious. It's just... light work.
Oh yeah.
6 in the ad, and on the surface the rods do more damage. Yeah, that's true. You know about these crystals, kid. First one's free. Oh no. I wish Dwell would react somehow and you walk up to him. Yeah. It's weird that that helmet that, like, the tooltip's like, hey, maybe someone will recognize this. No, it's just that one guy.
Okay, this is it.
Games looking forward to. Cyberpunk DLC is the thing I'm most excited for. Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2, look forward to those. That's all that's really on my immediate radar. I mean, I guess Pokemon DLC as well. I'll play Starfield eventually. I'm in no rush. Armor Core is not for me, but I'm glad to hear it's a good game and it lived up to expectations. From software rarely disappoints. That is true. Wait on Starfield, get the bugs worked out. So never. Waiting for less of them, right there with you. Starfield's a Bethesda game, but to be re-released on various platforms for the next 10 plus years, slowly getting better and better. It might even be longer than that, because Skyrim got released every 5 seconds for 12 years, right? Skyrim is 12 years old in 3 months. Enjoy feeling old. But like, Todd Howard has definitely talked at length about how Starfield has been like this 2 decades in the making game. So logic dictates that they're gonna re-release that every 5 minutes for the next 30 years, right? For Starfield be released on the Switch. Yep, it's still gonna be just the same Switch in 20 years, Rain. I know that leaker claims that new Switch console next year, but it'd be funnier if it just didn't happen. Remnant Taxi will be back. Sounds good, Deadfall. I might not still be live when you're done, but either way, thank you for hanging out. Good to have you. Already drained. Nightweaver has been forgiving twice today. That's weird. I always forget about the curve on that one. I like Tranquil Heart. You can just take those light hits, not get punished. Very clean. Skyrim came out, I was in middle school, now 24. Nothing new yet. Yeah, Revden. I was in high school. Let's see. Fucking how old was I? I'm 28, so I was in my junior year of high school. Yeah. I was in my junior year of high school when Skyrim came out. Now I'm bald. Such is life. difficulty is this? This is Apocalypse. You can tell by the icon bottom right of my minimap. Box. Kind of a waste of resources. And I'm a coward on this phase. I ain't going near walls. You can spawn all the ads you want. I'm not going near walls. Easy. Ugly wall would ever do to you. Killed me. It's killed me. What phase do you think the low some citizens got to before getting eaten by this thing? I think they got bad modifiers. I think they had to have gotten bad modifier. Yeah, I got very forgiving ones there. You guys see how much of a, like, difference good mods versus bad ones are? Because Hardy Drain on Nightweaver is basically, do your thing, king. Just exist. If you get, say, Spiteful Vicious, then those little hits that I was shrugging off not healing from, well, those kill you. You get Empathy, then you get punished if you do have to use a heart for any reason. Get Regenerator, then, well, I'm less inclined to be passive the way I was during that fight. Yeah, that went well. Good supply of Corrupted Luminite. I got more mutators I need to upgrade. Let me buy Iron from Cass. I've been forgetting to do that all day today. I did it once. I need to do it after every adventure. Surprised there's no Ellie Resist. Yeah, for once I didn't get Ellie Resist on a boss. And it was Nightweaver twice today, so I guess for twice? I'll take it though.
Stop by anytime. You know where to find me.
Favorite weapon? I'm a big fan of the Spore Bloom. I think that's my favorite gun. It's between Spore Bloom and Star Shot. I would be using Spore Bloom right now, but I'm doing a thing with rounds and Security Lanyard, which I think that worked out well. Like, my damage is noticeably lower than it would be with running a damage amulet. But the combination of Security Lanyard, Provisioner Ring, and then Refunder means I never need to really worry about ammo as long as I have something to shoot. Like, this is a very sustainable Enigma. I can just shoot for a while. And then once it's out, I can switch back over here and shoot this for a while. This takes a while to run out. Like, I'm almost out. If Bandit RNG stops being nice to me, then I can always pop rounds. But combination of Bandit plus Lanyard means I don't have to reload either of my guns. And that's fun. That's just a good time. Spiteful Vicious Venom is fun. Oh yeah, fun. Fun. Yep. That's definitely fun. Fun. I'm sorry, loading. But anyway, yeah, I've been live for 6 hours. I'm trying to do normal length streams again. It's not working. Remnant destroys my sense of time, still. Finish the campaign and bet so I don't know anything. Well, this is where you learn. This is where you learn. Post-story means, congrats, tutorial's done. I can mess around with everything and anything, and this game's got a lot of depth to it. I think you'll enjoy it. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Thank you so much, Evan, for hanging out. Let me see who's live. We can do some kind of raid. I'll be live tomorrow again. More Remnant 2. More stuff and things and stuff. Mr. Dammit the Hell is in the Starfield waiting room. He's playing Lunacy St. Rhodes. I have no idea what that is. It's some kind of interactive game. But he's a W human being. And he does have Starfield early access, so he will be playing if you're curious about that game. He's got a review in the pipeline as well. So let's go say hi to him. And seriously, one of the nicest guys we meet on the internet. Has a wonderful beard and voice too. If that sways you. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you again for hanging out. Bye-bye.